Hey there folks, welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while, and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the waning years of the Third Age, when the shadow in the east had not yet grown to its full terrible strength but stirred nonetheless in the dark places of the world, there came to Gandalf the Grey a summons most unexpected. It arrived not by the usual means of raven or rider, but through a dream that visited him 3 nights in succession, as he rested in the house of Elrond in Rivendell. The dream was always the same, always insistent, showing him a tower he did not recognize standing alone upon a windswept moor, its stones weathered by countless centuries, its windows dark as the void between stars. Each morning Gandalf would wake with the image burning in his mind, and each day he would walk the gardens of Rivendell seeking counsel from Elrond Half-Elven, who knew more of the ancient places of Middle-earth than perhaps any other save Círdan the Shipwright. Yet even Elrond could offer little wisdom regarding this mysterious tower that appeared in dreams. The description matched no stronghold in his vast memory, no fortress mentioned in the Chronicles of elder days. It was as though the tower existed in a place between memory and forgetting, neither fully present in the world nor entirely absent from it. On the third morning, after the third dream, Gandalf stood upon the bridge that spanned the rushing waters of the Bruinen, his grey robes stirring in the wind that swept down from the misty mountains. His keen eyes, which had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms throughout the long ages, gazed northward to where wild lands stretched unmarked and unnamed on any map. The staff in his hand, gnarled and ancient, seemed to throb with a subtle warmth, as though it too recognized some call that ordinary senses could not perceive. He knew then, with the certainty that comes from long service to the secret fire, that this was no mere fancy of sleep. Something in those northern reaches required his attention, and the manner of its calling suggested both urgency and peril. Before departing Rivendell, Gandalf spent long hours in the Hall of Fire, consulting the most ancient of the scrolls and tomes that Elrond's house preserved. He searched through records of the Second Age, through fragmentary accounts of the wars against Angmar, through even older texts that spoke of the sundering of Beleriand and the reshaping of the world. In one particularly ancient volume, its pages yellow as autumn leaves and brittle as dried grass, he found a single reference that made his heart quicken with recognition. It spoke of the Archive of Dúvenor, a repository of knowledge built in the early years of the Second Age by a sect of scholars who sought to preserve wisdom from the elder days. The archive had been constructed in a place removed from the great kingdoms, deliberately hidden so that dangerous knowledge might be contained and guarded rather than destroyed. The text was brief and spoke more in riddles than in plain speech, as was often the custom of those who wished to preserve secrets without revealing them entirely. It mentioned a tower of grey stone, standing sentinel over memories too perilous to forget, yet too dangerous to freely share. The scholars who had built it, the text suggested, had bound themselves by solemn oaths to guard the archive unto the ending of their days, and to pass this guardianship to others only when death made such passage necessary. But the scroll said nothing of what had become of these guardians, nothing of whether the archive still stood or had fallen into ruin like so many works of the Second Age. As Gandalf pondered these fragmentary clues, Elrond himself came to the Hall of Fire. The Lord of Rivendell moved with the timeless grace of his kind, his face bearing the wisdom of ages and the sorrow of one who has seen too much pass away. He sat beside the wizard in companionable silence for a time, for they were old friends who understood that not every moment required speech. At length, Elrond spoke, his voice carrying the weight of memory that stretched back through 3 ages of the world. He told Gandalf what little more he knew of the Archive of Dúvenor. In the years before the last alliance, when Sauron's power was growing but had not yet reached its terrible height, there had been concern among the wise that certain knowledge, certain texts and spells and dark lore might fall into the hands of the enemy. Not all such knowledge could be destroyed, for some of it contained wisdom necessary to combat the very darkness it described. And so the Archive had been created, a place where dangerous truths could be locked away, neither lost to time nor available to those who would misuse them. The scholars who built it had been men, for the elves would not willingly bind themselves to a single place, knowing the weariness that would come with endless ages of watching. These men were learned and noble, drawn from the faithful of Númenor before that island's fall, and they had taken their charge with the utmost seriousness. But that had been long ago, more than 3,000 years past, and Elrond had heard no word of the Archive or its guardians since before the fall of the last alliance. Whether it still stood, whether its guardians had kept their oaths through all the long years, or whether the place had fallen into darkness and decay, he could not say. The very fact that Gandalf was receiving these dreams suggested that something had changed, that the wards which had kept the Archive hidden were weakening or had been deliberately lowered. This could mean that the last guardian had died without passing on the charge, or it could mean something far more sinister, that someone or something had breached the defenses, and now the dangerous knowledge within was at risk of falling into wrong hands. The wizard sat long in thought after Elrond departed. The fire in the great hearth burned low, casting dancing shadows upon the carved pillars and the tapestries that adorned the walls. Outside, the stars wheeled in their ancient courses, brilliant and cold in the clear mountain air. Gandalf's mind turned over the possibilities like a craftsman examining a puzzle box, seeking the hidden mechanisms that would reveal its secrets. If the Archive had indeed been breached, the consequences could be dire beyond measure. The knowledge stored there would include not only historical records and scholarly treatises, but also dark affair, texts written in the Black Speech, rituals of necromancy and shadow binding, the true names of ancient evils. Such knowledge in the wrong hands could tip the balance of power in ways that would make the recent troubles seem like mere prelude to catastrophe. Yet there was another possibility that troubled him even more deeply. What if the dreams were not a warning but a lure? What if some dark intelligence had discovered the Archive and now sought to draw him there, knowing that his wisdom and power would be needed to unlock the final protections? Gandalf knew well that he could be proud, and that his pride in his own knowledge could lead him into peril. The wise could be deceived as readily as the foolish, perhaps more so, for the wise believed they could see through deception. He would need to proceed with utmost caution, testing each step before committing fully, watching always for the signs of trap or ambush. As dawn broke over the mountains, painting the peaks in shades of rose and gold, Gandalf made his decision. He would answer the summons of the dreams, but he would not go unprepared or unadvised. First, he would need to gather what information he could about the lands to the north, speaking with the rangers who patrolled those empty spaces and learning what they had seen or heard. Second, he would need provisions for a journey of uncertain length through country where villages were few and hospitality uncertain. Third, and most important, he would need to prepare his mind and spirit for whatever lay ahead, for if he was indeed walking into danger, his greatest weapons would be wisdom and vigilance rather than fire and lightning. The wizard rose from his seat in the Hall of Fire, his joints protesting slightly after the long night of stillness, a reminder that even Istari felt the weight of years in these later days of Middle-earth. He gathered his travelling cloak about him, checked that his staff was firmly in hand, and made his way through the morning quiet halls of Rivendell to seek out those who might aid his quest. The house was stirring now, as elves moved about their timeless routines, and the few mortal visitors began to emerge from their chambers. The sound of water was everywhere, for Rivendell was built where streams and waterfalls filled the air with their music, and this constant song seemed to wash away weariness and grant clarity of thought. In the stables, Gandalf found Shadowfax waiting, that great horse who was lord of the mirrors and who seemed to know the wizard's need before words were spoken. The horse's coat shone silver-grey in the morning light, and his eyes held an intelligence that spoke of more than mere animal cunning. The journey north from Rivendell took Gandalf through lands that grew progressively wilder and more desolate with each passing league. The well-trodden paths that connected the settlements of men gave way to deer tracks and game trails, and these in turn faded into unmarked wilderness where only the rangers dared to venture with any regularity. Shadowfax bore him swiftly through valleys where morning mist clung to the hollows like ghostly lakes, and over hills where ancient stones stood as silent witnesses to forgotten ages. The weather held fair for the first 3 days, with clear skies and gentle winds that carried the scent of pine and wildflowers. But Gandalf's thoughts grew heavier with each mile, for the dream continued to visit him in sleep, growing more vivid and more urgent with each recurrence. On the 4th evening, as he made camp in a sheltered dell beside a chattering brook, Gandalf was joined by a ranger who had been tracking his progress for the better part of the day. The man emerged from the gathering shadows as silently as a drift of smoke, moving with the practiced grace of one who had spent years learning the ways of the wild. He was tall and lean, with grey eyes that missed little, and a weathered face that spoke of long exposure to sun and wind. His name was Cardolan, and he had ranged these northern lands for more than 30 years, watching the empty places and guarding against threats that most folk knew nothing of. Cardolan settled himself on the opposite side of the fire that Gandalf had kindled, declining the wizard's offer of pipeweed with a shake of his head. For a time the two sat in companionable silence, listening to the night sounds of the wilderness, the distant call of an owl, the rustle of some small creature moving through the undergrowth, the eternal song of the stream over its bed of smooth stones. At length, the ranger spoke, his voice low and measured, asking what business brought the Grey Pilgrims so far from the usual paths. Gandalf considered how much to reveal, for the nature of his quest was strange and the dangers uncertain, but he trusted the rangers as he trusted few others in Middle-earth, for they were the hidden guardians who asked no thanks and received little recognition for their ceaseless vigilance. He told Cardolan of the dreams, of the tower that called to him from across the empty miles, and of what little he had learned in the archives of Rivendell regarding the lost repository of Dúvenor. The ranger listened without interruption, his face betraying no emotion save a slight tightening around the eyes when Gandalf mentioned the archive's purpose as a storehouse for dangerous knowledge. When the wizard had finished speaking, Cardolan stared into the fire for a long moment, watching the flames dance and crackle as they consumed the dry wood. Then he began to speak of what he had seen in his years of ranging the northern wastes, and his words brought little comfort to Gandalf's already troubled thoughts. The ranger told of a growing wrongness in the land to the north, a subtle corruption that had been spreading slowly over the past several years. Animals behaved strangely in certain areas, fleeing from places they had long inhabited, or gathering in unusual numbers where no obvious food source could be found. Plants grew twisted and malformed in scattered patches, their leaves bearing markings that resembled runes but formed no words in any language Cardolan recognized. Most troubling were the reports from the few hardy trappers and hermits who eked out livings in the wilderness, tales of voices heard on the wind when no speaker could be seen, and of dreams that came to many in the same night, dreams of doors opening and seals breaking, and ancient things stirring from long sleep. Gandalf's heart grew heavy as he listened, for these signs spoke of dark workings, of barriers weakening between the world of waking and realms better left untouched. The Archive of Dúvenor had been constructed not merely to contain written knowledge, but to serve as a prison for certain artifacts and relics that could not safely be destroyed. If the wards that held such things were failing, the consequences would extend far beyond the simple theft of ancient texts. There were objects of power locked away in such places, things forged in elder days for purposes both noble and terrible, and in the wrong hands even the least of these could wreak havoc across the lands. Cardolan offered to accompany Gandalf on his quest, but the wizard declined with thanks, explaining that what lay ahead might prove too perilous for mortal men, even those as skilled and brave as the rangers. Instead, he asked the ranger to carry word back to Rivendell of what he had learned and where he was bound, so that if he did not return within a month's turning, others might know where to seek him, or at least where to begin their investigations. Cardolan agreed reluctantly, for he was a man who faced danger as a matter of course, and did not like the thought of the wizard venturing alone into unknown peril. But he recognized the wisdom in Gandalf's words and the authority with which they were spoken, and so he gave his oath to carry the message faithfully. Before they parted ways at first light, Cardolan drew from his pack a small object wrapped in oiled cloth. He pressed it into Gandalf's hand, saying it was something he had found 2 years past in a ruined structure some 20 leagues north of their current position. The object was a small bronze disc, no larger than a coin, inscribed with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. Gandalf studied it with keen interest, recognizing it as a wayfinder, a device created by the scholars of Númenor to guide travelers to specific locations. Such artifacts were rare in the Third Age, for the knowledge of their making had been largely lost, and those that survived were prized beyond gold by those who understood their value. The wizard held the disc up to catch the morning light, watching the symbols rearrange themselves into patterns that tugged at his memory. Yes, this was indeed a wayfinder, and if his instincts proved correct, it was attuned to guide its bearer to the very archive he sought. The fact that Cardolan had found it in ruins suggested that someone else had been searching for the archive, perhaps using this very device to navigate the pathless wilderness. Whether that seeker had succeeded in their quest or met with some darker fate, there was no way to know. But the presence of the wayfinder here, abandoned or lost, suggested that the journey had not ended well. With Shadowfax beneath him, and the wayfinder secured in an inner pocket of his robes, Gandalf resumed his journey northward. The land grew stranger as he travelled, just as Cardolan had described. Trees grew in spirals, their trunks twisted as though by unseen hands. Streams ran in channels that seemed to curve against the natural slope of the land. The very air felt different, thicker somehow, as though weighted with invisible presences. Twice, Gandalf encountered standing stones arranged in circles, and both times he felt a thrumming power emanating from them. Old magic that predated even the Elder Days, remnants of a time when the world was young, and the boundaries between seen and unseen were thinner than gossamer. On the 7th day of his journey, as the sun hung low in a sky streaked with bands of orange and crimson, Gandalf came at last within sight of the tower. It stood alone upon a high moor, exactly as it had appeared in his dreams, a structure of grey stone that seemed to drink in the fading light rather than reflect it. The tower was tall, but not exceptionally so, perhaps 60 feet from base to battlement, and its architecture spoke of the Second Age, with clean lines and precise stonework that showed no sign of mortar. Each block fitted so perfectly to its neighbours that not even a knife blade could slide between them. No light shone from its narrow windows, and no smoke rose from any chimney, giving it the appearance of a place long abandoned by living souls. Yet Gandalf knew better than to trust appearances. His long years had taught him that the most dangerous places were often those that seemed most dead and empty, for evil loved to lurk in forgotten corners, gathering strength in darkness and silence. He urged Shadowfax forward cautiously, his senses alert to any sign of danger, his staff held ready to burst into light at need. The great horse moved with careful steps, his ears swiveling constantly, testing the wind for scents that might warn of threat. As they drew closer to the tower, Gandalf became aware of a peculiar quality to the silence that surrounded the structure. It was not the natural quiet of an empty place, but rather a deliberate stillness, as though sound itself was being suppressed or absorbed. The ground around the tower's base was bare earth, swept clean of vegetation in a perfect circle that extended some 50 paces from the walls in all directions. This too spoke of active magic, for nature abhors such stark boundaries and will quickly reclaim any space not constantly maintained. Gandalf dismounted at the edge of this barren zone, giving Shadowfax leave to withdraw to a safe distance and wait. The horse needed no urging, turning and cantering away to a nearby rise, where he could watch and wait without approaching closer to whatever power emanated from the grey tower. The wizard stood alone then, staff in hand, his grey robes stirring in a wind that seemed to blow from no particular direction. He could feel the wards now, layer upon layer of protective enchantments woven around the structure, some designed to turn away casual wanderers, others meant to trap or destroy those who approached with ill intent. The dreams had brought him here, but that did not mean he was welcome, did not mean the way would be opened merely because he had answered the summons. With infinite care, Gandalf began to walk the perimeter of the barren circle, his keen eyes reading the invisible lines of power that cross-hatched the air, searching for the pattern that would reveal how these defenses might be navigated. As Gandalf walked the circle, his staff touched the earth at measured intervals, and with each touch he felt the pulse of the wards more clearly. They were masterfully constructed, woven by hands that understood the deep grammar of enchantment, the way that power could be bound into stone and earth and air to create barriers that would endure across centuries. The outermost ward was a simple aversion, designed to plant seeds of unease in the minds of those who approached, making them remember urgent business elsewhere or suddenly recall that they had left some important task unfinished. It was subtle magic, the kind that worked on the edges of consciousness, and most who encountered it would never realize they had been turned aside by anything other than their own wandering thoughts. Beneath this outer layer lay a second ward, stronger and more focused, one that would strike with actual force against those who pushed past the first deterrent. Gandalf could see the ghostly outline of this barrier, like heat shimmer on a summer day, and he knew that to cross it uninvited would bring swift punishment. Lightning would arc from the clear sky, or the ground would open beneath unwary feet, or 1,000 other calamities might befall the intruder, depending on the precise nature of the threat they posed. This was guardian magic, ancient and implacable, created to endure long after its makers had passed from the world. Yet even as Gandalf studied these defenses, he became aware of something troubling. The wards were failing, not catastrophically but gradually, like a rope fraying one strand at a time. The weave of power that should have been seamless showed gaps and thin places, spots where the enchantment had worn away or been deliberately weakened. This explained why the dreams had been able to reach him, why the tower's presence could no longer be entirely hidden from the world. Someone or something had been working to undermine these protections. Patient work carried out over years or perhaps decades, each small breach carefully measured to avoid triggering the ward's defensive responses. The wizard's frown deepened as he contemplated the implications. If the wards were failing, it meant that whatever knowledge and artifacts the archive contained were increasingly vulnerable to those who would seek them for dark purposes. Yet it also suggested that his arrival might have been anticipated, that the dreams sent to summon him might be part of some larger design. Was he here to prevent a theft, or was he being positioned to unwittingly aid one? The question gnawed at him as he continued his examination of the tower's defenses, searching for any sign of recent intrusion or tampering. At the eastern side of the tower, Gandalf found what he had been seeking. Here, the wards showed clear evidence of manipulation, the magical weave pulled aside like a curtain to create a narrow passage through the defenses. The work had been done recently, within the past few days if his reading of the residual energies was correct, and it had been executed with considerable skill. Whoever had created this breach understood wardcraft deeply, knew how to work with the existing enchantments rather than against them, opening a path that would not trigger the violent responses embedded in the defensive layers. The wizard stood before this opening, weighing his options with the care of one who has learned through bitter experience that haste in such matters often leads to regret. He could attempt to pass through the breach, following the path that had been prepared, but doing so might lead him directly into whatever trap had been laid. Alternatively, he could attempt to force his own way through the wards using the power at his command, but such an approach would certainly trigger alarms and defensive magics, alerting anyone within to his presence. Neither choice was without risk, yet standing here in indecision served no purpose save to waste the precious hours of daylight that remained. In the end, Gandalf chose a middle path, as was often his way. He would enter through the breach, but would do so with all his senses alert and his power gathered close, ready to respond to threat with the swiftness that had preserved him through long ages of conflict and peril. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke a word in the tongue of his own people, a word of revelation and clarity that would allow him to see more clearly what might be hidden by glamour or illusion. The air before him seemed to sharpen, as though a veil had been drawn aside, and he could now perceive the full complexity of the magical architecture that surrounded the tower. Stepping through the breach was like passing through a waterfall, a moment of resistance followed by sudden release. Gandalf felt the wards recognize him as something other than a common intruder, not welcoming but not immediately hostile, as though they were uncertain how to classify his presence. This uncertainty would not last long, he knew, for the defensive enchantments would soon make their determination, and when they did, they would either permit his passage or seek to expel or destroy him. He moved quickly across the barren ground, his staff tapping a steady rhythm against the hard-packed earth, each step bringing him closer to the tower's foundation. The entrance to the tower was a simple door of age-darkened oak, bound with bands of bronze that had turned green with verdigris over the long centuries. No lock was visible, no handle or latch, only a smooth surface marked with a single rune that Gandalf recognized as belonging to the high speech of Númenor. The rune meant sealing, or perhaps more accurately, the holding of secrets. and beneath it the wizard could sense layer upon layer of locking enchantments, two spells designed to ensure that only those with proper authority could pass beyond this threshold. He placed his palm flat against the door, feeling the wood cool and solid beneath his touch, and began to speak the words of opening. The spell he wove was old, dating back to his earliest days in Middle-earth when the kingdoms of men still held sway over vast territories, and the elves had not yet begun their long retreat into the havens and hidden valleys. It was a courteous magic, asking rather than demanding, explaining his purpose and his need to those enchantments that guarded the entrance. As he spoke, the bronze bands began to glow with a soft amber light, and the rune upon the door pulsed in rhythm with his words. For a long moment, nothing more happened, and Gandalf wondered if the guardianship had been set to reject even legitimate seekers in these latter days, when trust had grown scarce and danger more prevalent. Then, with a sound like a long-held breath being released, the door swung inward. The movement was slow and deliberate, revealing darkness beyond that seemed to swallow what little light penetrated from the dying day outside. Gandalf kindled the light of his staff, letting it bloom forth in a steady white radiance that pushed back the shadows and illuminated the space within. He found himself standing at the threshold of a circular chamber, perhaps 30 feet across, its walls lined with shelves that rose from floor to ceiling. The shelves were filled with books and scrolls, with sealed urns and locked boxes, with objects wrapped in cloth or enclosed in cases of glass and crystal. But it was not the contents of the shelves that drew Gandalf's immediate attention. Rather, it was the figure that sat in a high-backed chair at the chamber's centre, facing the door as though it had been waiting for his arrival. The figure was that of a man, or had been once, though now it was little more than a desiccated husk, flesh drawn tight over bone, hands folded peacefully in its lap. The man wore robes that had once been fine, though now they were faded and moth-eaten, and upon his brow rested a simple circlet of silver that bore the same rune Gandalf had seen upon the door. The wizard approached slowly, his light held high, and as he drew near he could see that the seated figure held a book open in its lap. The pages were covered in a neat, precise script, and though the ink had faded with time, the words were still legible. Gandalf bent to examine the text, and his heart grew heavy as he read what had been written there. It was a journal, the final entry of the last guardian of the Archive of Dúvenor, a man named Targon who had kept his watch faithfully for more than 80 years before age and infirmity had finally claimed him. The entry was dated in the Old Reckoning, and Gandalf's quick calculation told him it had been written some 70 years past. 70 years this guardian had sat here dead, and for 70 years the archive had stood unprotected, save for the wards that Targon had maintained until his final breath. The journal told of growing weakness, of joints that stiffened and eyes that dimmed, of the certain knowledge that death approached, and no successor had come to take up the burden. Targon had written of his hope that the wards would hold, that they would continue to guard the archive's secrets until such time as proper authority might be restored. But he had also written of his fear that the knowledge contained within these walls might fall into darkness, might be lost or worse, turn to evil purpose. Gandalf read these final words with profound sadness, for here was yet another example of the courage and dedication that so often went unrecorded in the great Chronicles. Targon had given his entire life to a duty that brought him neither glory nor reward, had died alone in this remote place with only his oath to sustain him. The wizard spoke a prayer in the ancient tongue, commending the guardian's spirit to whatever rest might await the faithful beyond the circles of the world, and he felt it only right to close the journal gently and lay it aside with respect. After paying his respects to the fallen guardian, Gandalf turned his attention to the chamber itself and the treasures of knowledge it contained. The shelves stretched upward into shadows that his starlight could barely penetrate, and as his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he began to perceive the full scale of what had been preserved here. There were texts in languages he recognized, and others in scripts he had not seen in many centuries, some written on parchment or vellum, others inscribed on tablets of clay or thin sheets of bronze. The collection represented the accumulated wisdom of the Second Age, gathered from across Middle-earth, before Sauron's shadow had stretched too far and made such assembling impossible. The wizard moved slowly along the shelves, his fingers occasionally reaching out to brush the spine of a volume or trace the symbols carved into a sealed container. Here was a treatise on the cultivation of Athelas, written by healers of Númenor who had studied the plant's properties for generations. There stood a scroll detailing the star paths used by mariners in the days when the seas still stretched westward to the undying lands. Further along, he found accounts of the wars against Morgoth in the First Age, copied from older texts that had likely been destroyed when Beleriand sank beneath the waves. Each item represented hours or years of labor, knowledge preserved at great cost against the erosion of time and the destruction wrought by war and malice. But Gandalf knew that not all the archive's contents would be so benign. Targon's journal had spoken clearly of the repository's dual nature as both library and prison, a place where dangerous knowledge was contained rather than destroyed. The wizard's keen eyes began to note the subtle markers that indicated which texts were deemed hazardous, small symbols carved into the shelves themselves or worked into the bindings of certain volumes. These signs followed a system of classification he had seen before in the Great Library of Armanelos before Númenor's fall, a method of warning scholars away from materials that might corrupt or harm the unwary. As he ventured deeper into the chamber, ascending a spiral staircase carved into the tower's inner wall, Gandalf found the character of the collection changing. The texts here were darker in nature, dealing with subjects that made even his ancient heart uneasy. There were grimoires written by sorcerers who had delved too deeply into shadow lore, their pages stained with substances best left unidentified. There were accounts of experiments in the manipulation of life and spirit, attempts to extend mortal existence beyond its natural span, or to bind the souls of the dead to service. Some volumes were written in the Black Speech of Mordor, and these were enclosed in cases of iron and sealed with runes of binding that still held their power after all the long years. The upper chamber of the tower was smaller than the one below, perhaps 20 feet across, and its purpose was immediately clear. This was where the most dangerous artifacts were stored, objects too perilous to be kept among the books and scrolls below. The center of the room was dominated by a great table of polished stone, and upon this table rested a dozen or more items, each enclosed in its own protective field of shimmering force. Gandalf approached cautiously, his senses alert to any sign that these containment fields might be weakening as the tower's wards had weakened. He recognized some of the artifacts from descriptions in ancient texts. There was a mirror framed in black wood, said to show not what was, but what might be, driving those who gazed too long into it to madness, with visions of futures that would never come to pass. Beside it lay a circlet of twisted metal that promised power to its wearer, but demanded a price that grew steeper with each use until the bearer was consumed entirely. A small box of carved bone sat near the table's edge, and though it was sealed tight, Gandalf could sense the malevolence that emanated from whatever it contained, a pulsing wrongness that made the air around it feel thick and cloying. But it was the artifact at the table's center that drew his attention most powerfully. It was a sphere perhaps 6 inches in diameter, made of some dark crystal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Within the sphere's depths, patterns moved and shifted like smoke in a confined space, never quite resolving into recognizable forms, but suggesting shapes that tugged at the edges of perception. Gandalf had seen its like once before, long ago in a time he did not care to remember, and he knew it for what it was, a palantir of a sort, though not one made by the hands of Fëanor or blessed by the Eldar. This was a seeing stone crafted in Númenor during the island's decline, in those dark years when Sauron had dwelt in Armanelos and taught the king's men the secrets of power without wisdom. Such stones had been created as tools of surveillance and control, allowing their users to spy across great distances and pierce veils meant to hide. But they were flawed, corrupted by the malice that had gone into their making, and they had a tendency to show not truth, but rather what their wielders most feared or most desired. Many who had used such stones had been led to ruin by the false visions they provided, making decisions based on lies disguised as revelation. The fact that this particular stone rested here, contained but not destroyed, spoke to the difficult choices faced by those who had established the archive. Some knowledge was too dangerous to preserve, but too potentially valuable to destroy entirely. If a time came when understanding such dark creations became necessary to counter some new threat, the stone and others like it would be available for study by those deemed wise enough to approach them safely. But Gandalf wondered whether such wisdom had ever truly existed, whether anyone could claim to be so elevated above temptation and error as to safely wield tools designed for domination and deceit. As he studied the contained artifacts, Gandalf became aware of a sound that had been present since he entered the upper chamber, but which had not fully registered in his conscious mind. It was a low humming, barely audible, that seemed to come from the very walls of the tower. The frequency was irregular, rising and falling in patterns that suggested purpose rather than random vibration. The wizard placed his hand against the stone wall, feeling the faint tremor that accompanied the sound, and recognition dawned with the cold certainty of winter frost. The tower was singing, or more precisely, the enchantments woven into its structure were singing, and the song they sang was one of distress. The wards were not merely weakening through natural decay, but were being actively drained of power, siphoned away by something that fed upon the magical energies that had sustained them for millennia. Gandalf's mind raced through possibilities. Such draining could be the work of a spell laid upon the tower from without, a patient undermining carried out over years, or it might indicate the presence of some entity that consumed magic as a living thing consumes food, growing stronger as the tower's defenses grew weaker. The wizard descended the spiral staircase with swift purpose, his earlier caution giving way to urgency. If something was indeed feeding on the tower's wards, it would be drawn to the greatest concentration of magical power, and that would be found in the containment fields surrounding the most dangerous artifacts. He needed to reinforce those protections before they failed entirely, for the consequences of even one of those items being released uncontrolled could be catastrophic. A freed Palantir might begin broadcasting its corrupted visions across the surrounding lands, driving those who received them to madness or despair. The mirror might shatter its frame and spread fragments of itself across the countryside, each shard carrying a portion of its reality-distorting power. Back in the lower chamber, Gandalf began to work swiftly, drawing upon the deep reserves of power that were his birthright as one of the Astari. He spoke words in the secret tongue, words that had been old when the world was young, and with each utterance he wove new threads of protection into the tower's failing defenses. The work was delicate and demanding, requiring absolute concentration and a precise understanding of how the original enchantments had been structured. He could not simply impose his own magic overtop the existing wards, for that might cause interference patterns that would weaken rather than strengthen the whole. Instead, he had to work with what remained, reinforcing the framework that Targon and his predecessors had maintained, feeding new energy into patterns that had been established centuries ago. As he worked, sweat began to bead on his brow despite the chamber's chill. The expenditure of power at this level was wearying even for one such as he, and he could feel the years pressing upon him with unusual weight. Time moved strangely in Middle-earth for the Astari, sometimes seeming to pass without effect, at other times reminding them that they wore mortal forms, subject to mortal limitations. This was one of those moments when Gandalf felt the burden of his long service, the accumulated fatigue of centuries spent in vigilance against the dark. Yet he persisted, for there was no alternative save failure, and failure here would mean disaster. Hour followed hour as he moved through the chamber, touching each shelf, each container, each sealed vessel, renewing the protections that kept dangerous knowledge safely contained. The light of his staff never wavered, burning with a steady radiance that pushed back the encroaching shadows. Outside the tower, night had fallen fully, and the stars wheeled overhead in their ancient dance, indifferent to the struggles of those who walked below. It was near midnight when Gandalf felt the first tremor of warning, a disturbance in the magical currents that flowed through and around the tower. Something was approaching, moving through the wards with purpose and power, undeterred by the defenses that should have turned aside any intruder. The wizard straightened from his work, his staff blazing brighter as he prepared to face whatever threat now revealed itself. He had known, in some deep part of his being, that this moment would come, that whoever had been weakening the tower's protections would not allow him to undo their work unopposed. The door to the tower, which Gandalf had left slightly ajar, now swung fully open with a sound like a sigh escaping from stone. Through the opening came not the rush of armed enemies that he had half expected, but rather a single figure, tall and cloaked in robes of deep midnight blue that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light of the wizard's staff. The newcomer moved with a grace that spoke of elven heritage, yet there was something in the bearing that suggested the weight of mortal years, a weariness that the firstborn rarely displayed. As the figure entered fully into the chamber, Throwing back the hood to reveal features both noble and careworn, Gandalf found himself facing a woman whose eyes held depths of knowledge and sorrow that spoke of long study and longer sacrifice. She was perhaps in the prime of mortal life, though with those who had delved deeply into the lore of the elder days, apparent age could be deceiving. Her hair fell in waves of silver-shot black past her shoulders, and her face bore the fine bone structure of the Númenorian bloodline, though much diluted by the passage of generations. Most striking were her eyes, grey as storm clouds, and holding within them a light that reminded Gandalf of the ancient mariners who had sailed westward in the days before the world was changed. She carried no weapon that he could see, but her hands bore rings of silver and gold, and these glimmered with enchantments of their own, signs of a will that had been trained in the workings of power. For a long moment, the two regarded each other across the chamber, neither speaking, each taking the measure of the other with the careful assessment of those who understand that first impressions in such encounters can mean the difference between alliance and enmity. It was the woman who broke the silence, her voice clear and cultured, carrying the formal cadences of one educated in older modes of speech. She introduced herself as Narieth, scholar of the hidden paths, and last of a line of guardians who had served the Archive in secret long after Targon's death. Her words came measured and precise, explaining that she had been maintaining what protections she could from afar, lacking the strength to fully restore what had been lost, but doing what little might be done to slow the decay. Gandalf listened with a mixture of relief and suspicion, for her explanation answered some questions while raising others equally troubling. If she was indeed a guardian, why had she not simply entered the tower and taken up Targon's fallen mantle? Why work from the shadows, weakening the wards, in order to create a passage rather than commanding them, as was a guardian's right? And most pressingly, why send dreams to summon him here if she had the situation well in hand? The wizard posed these questions aloud, his tone neither hostile nor entirely trusting. Walking the narrow path between accusation and inquiry that long experience had taught him was often most effective in drawing forth truth. Narieth's response came with visible reluctance, as though she revealed secrets long held close and released them only under the weight of necessity. She told of how her line had split from the direct guardianship generations ago, when her great-grandfather had questioned certain policies regarding the Archive's contents and been cast out from the formal order. He had maintained his own watch from exile, passing his knowledge and his burden down through his descendants, teaching them the lore of the Archive, even though they could never enter it or claim official authority over its protection. When Targon had died, Narieth's father had felt the wards begin to fail, but lacking the proper credentials and the words of command, he could not enter to restore them. For 70 years, her family had done what they could, which was pitifully little, watching in growing desperation as the protections slowly eroded. Narieth herself had devoted her entire life to the study of wardcraft and the ancient enchantments, seeking some way to either gain entry or to maintain the defenses from without. But all her learning had brought her no closer to a solution until recently, when she had stumbled upon a dangerous gambit. By carefully weakening certain portions of the wards, creating controlled breaches that she could monitor and maintain, she had hoped to ease the pressure on the remaining protections and buy more time. It was a desperate measure, akin to deliberately cracking a dam to prevent it from bursting catastrophically, and she knew it could not hold indefinitely. The dreams, she explained, had been her final attempt to find help before the Archive was lost entirely. Using one of the rings she wore, a family heirloom that held a fragment of the old magic, she had cast her plea outward across Middle-earth, seeking anyone with the wisdom and power to restore what she could not. That her message had reached Gandalf the Grey was both fortune and answer to desperate hope, for among all who might have responded, he alone had the knowledge and authority that the situation demanded. She had guided him here through the breaches she had created, hoping that he would understand her intent and not mistake her efforts for those of an enemy seeking to plunder the Archive's treasures. Gandalf absorbed this explanation with careful thought, turning it over in his mind to examine it from all angles, as a jeweler might examine a stone for flaws or hidden cracks. Her story had the ring of truth, yet he had lived long enough to know that the most convincing lies were often those wrapped around cores of genuine fact. He asked more questions, probing deeper into her knowledge of the Archive and its history, testing whether her answers matched what he had learned from Targon's journal and from the ancient texts in Rivendell. To each question, Narieth responded with detail and specificity that would have been difficult to fabricate, speaking of guardians long dead and protocols established in the Second Age, recounting traditions and procedures that were not written in any public record. At length, satisfied that she was at least no servant of the enemy, Gandalf allowed himself to relax slightly, though he did not entirely lower his guard. Narieth might be genuine in her stated purpose, but that did not mean she was entirely trustworthy, or that her methods were wise. The breach she had created in the wards, however well-intentioned, had indeed weakened the tower's defenses significantly, and her efforts to maintain control of that weakness had required her to siphon power from other portions of the protective enchantments. In essence, she had been robbing one wall to reinforce another, a strategy that might delay collapse but ultimately ensured that collapse would come all the more certainly. He told her as much, not unkindly but with the firmness of one who has seen too many well-meaning efforts lead to disaster through lack of full understanding. The Archive's wards were not separate enchantments that could be maintained piecemeal, but rather a single integrated system where each element supported and reinforced the others. By creating intentional weak points, even carefully controlled ones, she had disrupted the balance that had allowed the whole to function across centuries. Her attempts to stabilize what remained had only accelerated the decay, like a physician who bleeds a patient to cure fever only to weaken them unto death. Narieth received this assessment with visible distress, her composure cracking to reveal the fear and guilt that she had been holding at bay through force of will. She had known, in her heart, that her methods were flawed, but desperation had driven her forward when wisdom might have counseled restraint. Now, hearing confirmation from one whose knowledge far exceeded her own, she could no longer deny the harm she had caused, even in her attempts to preserve. Tears gathered in her grey eyes, though she fought to maintain her dignity, unwilling to collapse entirely even as her world seemed to crumble around the foundation of her failure. The wizard's expression softened as he witnessed her distress. He had lived long enough to know that the worst mistakes were often made by those with the best intentions, that the path to ruin was frequently paved with noble purpose and earnest effort gone astray. He moved closer to where she stood, his staff's light gentling to a softer glow that was less harsh upon the eyes, and he spoke words of comfort mingled with practical assessment. Yes, the situation was grave, and yes, her actions had contributed to the danger, but the archive still stood. The most dangerous contents were still contained, and between his power and her knowledge, there might yet be time to set things right. He proposed that they work together through the night, combining their skills to restore what could be restored and to ensure that the most critical protections were reinforced beyond any possibility of failure. Narieth possessed detailed knowledge of the tower's history and the specific enchantments that had been employed, information that would allow Gandalf to work more efficiently and with greater precision than would otherwise be possible. In turn, his raw power and his understanding of the deep grammar of magic would provide the strength necessary to actually implement the repairs that her knowledge made possible. It would be demanding work, perhaps the most challenging ward crafting either had attempted, but the alternative was to abandon the archive to eventual failure and all the catastrophe that would follow. Narieth accepted his proposal with visible relief, grateful beyond words for both his forgiveness of her errors and his willingness to help shoulder the burden she had carried alone for so long. Together they began to work, moving through the chamber with coordinated purpose, Gandalf speaking the words of power, while Narieth guided his efforts with her intricate knowledge of the tower's structure. As they labored, they spoke of many things, sharing stories and knowledge as colleagues united in common cause. The wizard learned more of the Guardian families and their long service, of the traditions and oaths that had sustained them through generations of obscurity. Narieth in turn heard tales of the wider world, of events and changes that her isolated study had kept her ignorant of, news that both heartened and troubled her in equal measure. The work progressed well through the small hours of the night, that deep time when the world seems to hold its breath between the death of one day and the birth of the next. The wards began to stabilize under their combined efforts, the dangerous oscillations smoothing into steady hums of maintained power. The containment fields around the most hazardous artifacts grew stronger, blazing with renewed vigor as fresh energy flowed into enchantments that had nearly gutted to extinction. Slowly, step by careful step, the tower was being restored to something approaching its original security. its walls once again becoming the impregnable barrier they had been designed to be. Yet even as they worked, and the wards strengthened, Gandalf became aware of a troubling inconsistency that gnawed at the edges of his concentration. The pattern of decay in the enchantments was not entirely uniform, as would be expected if time alone had been the culprit. Certain sections showed signs of deliberate tampering that predated Narieth's well-intentioned breaches by many years, perhaps decades. Someone else had been working to undermine the Archive's protections, working with patience and subtlety that spoke of long planning and intimate knowledge of wardcraft. The wizard said nothing of this observation at first, continuing his labors while his mind turned over the implications, seeking to understand who might have both the skill and the motive for such sustained effort. As dawn approached, painting the narrow windows with fingers of grey light, they completed the restoration of the lower chamber's protections. The shelves of books and scrolls were now secure behind renewed enchantments, and the dangerous texts were sealed with bindings that would hold for centuries more if left undisturbed. Gandalf and Narieth climbed the spiral staircase to the upper chamber, where the most perilous artifacts awaited their attention. The work here would be more delicate and more dangerous, for the containment fields holding these objects required absolute precision in their construction. Any flaw or weakness could lead to catastrophic failure. The corrupted Palantir remained the greatest concern, its dark crystal surface seeming to pulse with malevolent awareness as they approached. Gandalf could feel its hunger, its desire to be used, to show visions that would twist the minds of those who gazed within its depths. The containment field surrounding it had worn dangerously thin, and through the gaps in its protective weave, tendrils of the stone's corrupting influence had begun to seep into the surrounding air. This explained much, the wizard realized. The Palantir's emanations could have been responsible for some of the strange dreams and visions reported in the region, its power reaching out blindly to find minds it might influence or corrupt. Working with utmost care, Gandalf began to weave new layers of protection around the Seeing Stone. The enchantments required for containing such an artifact were complex beyond measure, needing to block not only physical access, but also the stone's ability to project its influence across distance. He spoke words in the secret tongue that had not been uttered in Middle-earth for thousands of years, words that predated the corruption of Númenor and drew upon powers that had been ancient when the world was young. Narieth assisted as she could, holding certain elements of the spell stable while he wove others into place, her rings glowing with strain as she channeled energy according to his instructions. The process was exhausting, demanding complete focus and drawing deeply upon Gandalf's reserves of strength. Sweat dampened his grey robes despite the chamber's chill, and he could feel the weariness settling into his bones like winter frost. Yet, he dared not falter, for even a moment's lapse in concentration could unravel what they had built, and potentially release the Palantir's full influence upon the surrounding lands. Hour followed hour as the sun climbed higher in the morning sky, its light streaming through the tower's narrow windows to paint bright patches upon the ancient stone floor. At last, as the sun reached its zenith, Gandalf spoke the final word of binding, and felt the enchantment lock into place with the solid certainty of a key turning in a well-made lock. The containment field around the Palantir blazed briefly with brilliant light before settling into a steady, barely visible shimmer that spoke of power held in perfect balance. The artifact was secure once more, its corrupting influence trapped behind barriers that would hold as long as the tower itself endured. The wizard sagged slightly with relief and exhaustion, leaning heavily upon his staff as he caught his breath. Narieth, herself pale with fatigue, moved to attend to the next artifact requiring their attention. But Gandalf raised a hand to stay her. They needed rest, he told her, needed to recover their strength before attempting more work of such delicacy and danger. To continue in their current state would be to risk mistakes that could undo all they had accomplished. She nodded agreement, recognizing the wisdom in his words even as impatience tugged at her to press forward. They descended to the lower chamber, where Gandalf conjured a small fire in a brazier that Targon had likely used for warmth during his long vigil. The flames danced merrily, their cheerful light a welcome contrast to the weight of serious purpose that had filled the tower through the night. As they rested by the fire, sharing provisions from Gandalf's pack, the wizard finally spoke of what he had observed in the wards, the signs of tampering that predated Narieth's involvement. He watched her face carefully as he revealed this, noting how surprise and concern flickered across her features, followed by something that might have been recognition or fear. gone too quickly for him to read with certainty. She set down the bread she had been eating, her grey eyes growing distant, as memory pulled her back through the years to something she had not thought relevant until this moment. She told him of an encounter from her youth, perhaps 30 years past, when she had been studying in one of the few remaining libraries that still held texts from the Second Age. A stranger had approached her there, a man of middle years with the look of a scholar about him, learned in the old law and seemingly harmless in his inquiries. He had engaged her in conversation about the lost repositories of knowledge, speaking of the Archive of Dúvenor among others, wondering aloud what treasures of learning might be preserved in such places if they could be found and studied. At the time, Narieth had thought little of the encounter, for it was natural that scholars should seek knowledge of other collections, and she had revealed nothing of her family's connection to the archive. But now, looking back through the lens of what Gandalf had discovered, she wondered if that meeting had been chance or design. The stranger had asked very specific questions, couched in language that seemed casual but which might have been carefully calculated to elicit information. He had been particularly interested in the methods by which such repositories might be protected, in the types of wards and enchantments that the scholars of old had favoured. Narieth had answered from her general knowledge of such matters, not thinking that her responses might be used to plan an infiltration or assault. Now, the memory of that long-ago conversation filled her with cold dread, for if the stranger had been an agent seeking to breach the archive, she might have unwittingly provided crucial intelligence. Gandalf listened thoughtfully, his weathered face grave as he considered her account. The timeline fit with what he had observed in the wards, the oldest signs of tampering dating back approximately 3 decades, around the time of Narieth's encounter with the mysterious scholar. If someone had been working to undermine the archive's protections for that long, they would have made significant progress by now, perhaps even achieved their goal were it not for the basic structural integrity of the original enchantments. Such patience and dedication suggested either deep commitment to acquiring the archive's contents or the influence of a power that thought in terms of decades and centuries rather than years. The wizard's mind turned to darker possibilities. Could this be the work of servants of Mordor, agents of the shadow seeking the dangerous knowledge contained within these walls? The timing would be right, for 30 years ago Sauron's power was already growing in the east, though more subtly than it would in later years. The Dark Lord would have great interest in artifacts like the corrupted Palantir or texts detailing forbidden sorceries. Yet something in the pattern of the tampering suggested a different hand, more scholarly in its approach, more interested in understanding than merely possessing. An agent of Saruman, perhaps, though Gandalf was reluctant to think such thoughts of one who had been counted among the wise. As the afternoon wore on and their strength returned, they resumed their work in the upper chamber, moving from artifact to artifact with careful precision. Each object required its own particular form of containment, enchantments tailored to the specific nature of its power and its potential for harm. The mirror that showed false futures needed bindings that would prevent its visions from bleeding into the dreams of those nearby. The circlet that promised power at terrible cost required containment that would suppress its seductive whispers to the minds of any who approached too close. The bone box and its unknown contents demanded the strongest protections of all, for even Gandalf could not fully discern what manner of evil it held, only that releasing it would be catastrophic. By the time evening shadows began to lengthen across the moor, they had completed the restoration of the upper chamber's defences. Every artifact was now secured behind renewed containment fields, and the chamber itself was warded with enchantments that would alert them to any attempt at intrusion. Gandalf added his own personal seal to these protections, a signature of power that would notify him across any distance if the wards were breached or threatened. It was the best he could do, and it would have to suffice, for he could not remain here indefinitely, and there were other matters demanding his attention in the wider world. They descended once more to the lower chamber, where Targon's body still rested in its chair, patient in death as it had been patient in life. Gandalf spoke quietly with Narieth about the Guardian's burial, for it seemed wrong to leave him here alone, even though he had died at his post, as duty demanded. Together they carried the ancient remains outside into the cool evening air, finding a place on the moor where the grass grew sweet and the view stretched far across the rolling hills. There they laid Targon to rest with words of honour and gratitude, marking the spot with a simple stone upon which Gandalf carved the Guardian's name and the dates of his long service. As they worked, The wizard observed Narieth closely, noting the reverence with which she participated in these final rites. Her family had been cast out from the formal guardianship, yet she honored Targon's sacrifice without bitterness or resentment, recognizing the worth of his dedication regardless of old feuds and broken connections. This spoke well of her character, Gandalf thought, and strengthened his growing conviction that she could be trusted with what he was about to propose. The Archive needed a guardian once more, someone to maintain the restored wards and to watch over the dangerous knowledge contained within the tower's walls. The formal order of guardians had ended with Targon's death, but that did not mean the duty itself had ceased. As the last light faded from the western sky and the first stars began to emerge in the darkening vault above, Gandalf turned to Narieth and spoke of guardianship renewed. He told her that her family's exile had been based on questions raised about the Archive's purpose and methods, questions that in hindsight had proven wise and worthy. The ancient order had been too rigid in its thinking, too convinced of its own righteousness to consider that policies established in one age might need revision in another. The wizard's words fell gently upon the evening air, soft as the first autumn leaves drifting to earth, yet weighted with significance that made Narieth's heart quicken. He spoke of how the guardianship need not be bound to old forms and ancient hierarchies, how it might be reimagined for a new age while keeping faith with the essential purpose that had called it into being. The Archive existed to preserve dangerous knowledge against both loss and misuse, and that purpose remained as vital now as it had been in the days of its founding. What mattered was not adherence to traditions that had outlived their usefulness, but rather commitment to the fundamental duty of protection and preservation. Narieth listened in silence, her grey eyes reflecting the emerging starlight as she absorbed the full import of what Gandalf was offering. To become guardian of the Archive would mean dedicating her life to this lonely tower, much as Targon had done, watching over secrets that could never be shared and maintaining wards that few would ever know existed. It would mean forsaking the wider world, giving up any chance of family or the normal comforts of mortal existence, spending her days and years in solitary vigil over knowledge too dangerous to be freely accessible. Yet even as these thoughts crossed her mind, she felt something within her respond to the call, a sense of rightness that transcended mere duty and spoke to purpose deeper than personal desire. She had spent her entire life preparing for this moment without fully realizing it, studying the lore of enchantment and preservation, learning the history of the Archive and the traditions of guardianship, maintaining watch over a place she could not enter, and protections she could not fully restore. All of it had been leading to this choice, this opportunity to take up the burden that her great-grandfather had been denied, and that her family had carried in shadow for generations. The exile that had seemed a curse might instead have been a form of preparation, freeing her lineage from the rigid thinking of the old order, while keeping alive the knowledge and commitment that true guardianship required. She asked Gandalf how the transition might be accomplished, for the Archive's wards were keyed to specific authorities and would not simply accept a new guardian without proper protocols being observed. The wizard smiled at this, a warm expression that softened the lines of care etched into his weathered face, and he explained that as one of the Istari, sent to Middle-earth for the very purpose of opposing the Shadow and preserving what was good and true, he possessed authority sufficient to establish a new guardian when the old order had failed. The wards would recognize his seal and would accept the one he designated as their keeper, binding themselves to her will as they had once been bound to Targon and his predecessors. The ritual of investiture was simple in form, though profound in significance. As the full moon rose above the eastern hills, casting silver light across the ancient moor, Gandalf led Narieth to stand before the tower's entrance. The door stood open, darkness beyond, and the wizard placed his staff across the threshold while speaking words in the high tongue of the Valar, words that resonated with power drawn from the deep places of the world. He called upon the tower to witness, upon the wards to acknowledge, and upon the spirits of all who had served as guardians through the long ages to bear testimony to what was done this night. Taking Narieth's hands in his own, Gandalf spoke the oath that would bind her to the Archive's service, asking if she would guard what was held here against all who would misuse it, if she would maintain the wards with diligence and wisdom, if she would preserve both the knowledge and the safety that these walls represented. With a voice that trembled only slightly, Narieth gave her acceptance, swearing by earth and sky, by fire and water, by all that was sacred and enduring, that she would keep faith with this charge unto the ending of her days, or until another was found worthy to take up the burden. As the final words of the oath left her lips, something profound shifted in the air around them. The tower seemed to exhale, a sound like relief washing through its ancient stones, and the wards that had been maintained through Gandalf's power alone now turned their attention to Narieth, recognizing her as their rightful keeper. She gasped as the connection formed, feeling the weight of responsibility settle upon her shoulders like a mantle, both heavy and strangely comforting. Through the bond, she could sense the tower's entire structure, every ward and seal, every protection and binding, as though they had become extensions of her own awareness. Gandalf released her hands and stepped back, satisfaction evident in his expression. The Archive had a guardian once more, and though challenges would surely come, the immediate crisis had been averted. He spent the remainder of that night teaching Narieth the practical aspects of her new role, showing her how to direct the wards, how to sense approaching threats, how to renew the enchantments, as they naturally degraded over time. She proved an apt student, her years of study giving her the theoretical foundation upon which practical knowledge could be quickly built. By dawn, she was managing the tower's defenses with growing confidence, and Gandalf knew she would serve well in the years to come. Yet there remained the question of the mysterious tampering, the patient work of undermining that had been progressing for 3 decades. Before departing, the wizard needed to address this threat, to understand its nature and, if possible, to identify those responsible. With Narieth's assistance, he conducted a thorough examination of the oldest breaches in the wards, studying the signature of the magic that had created them. Each practitioner of the art left subtle traces in their work, patterns of thought and will that were as distinctive as fingerprints, and Gandalf had learned over long years to read these signatures, and sometimes to recognize their authors. What he found troubled him deeply. The work bore hallmarks of Númenorian training, the methodical precision and elegant economy of effort that had characterized the sorcerers of that fallen realm. More specifically, it showed signs of having been taught in the traditions preserved by the faithful, those who had remained true to the Valar, even as Sauron corrupted the majority of the island's people. This narrowed the field of possible culprits significantly, for few in the Third Age retained such knowledge, and fewer still would have both the skill and the motivation to attempt this kind of sustained infiltration. A name came unbidden to Gandalf's mind, one he had been reluctant to consider, but could no longer avoid. Saruman the White, chief of the Istari and keeper of Isengard, had long been known for his deep study of the enemy's methods, his fascination with rings of power and ancient artifacts. If anyone in Middle-earth possessed both the capability and the potential interest to breach the Archive's defenses, it would be he. Yet Gandalf hesitated to make such an accusation, for Saruman was still counted among the wise, still nominally allied with those who opposed the Shadow. To suspect him of such covert action seemed both disloyal and dangerously divisive. Nevertheless, the possibility could not be ignored. Gandalf resolved to watch Saruman more closely in the time ahead, to note his movements and his interests, to observe whether any pattern emerged that might confirm or dispel these uncomfortable suspicions. If Saruman was indeed behind the tampering, his purpose might be scholarly curiosity rather than malice, a desire to study what the Archive contained without necessarily intending to misuse that knowledge. But even scholarly interest could be dangerous where artifacts of such power were concerned, for the road from study to obsession to corruption was shorter than many wise ones believed. He shared these thoughts with Narieth, explaining his reasoning while cautioning her against drawing firm conclusions from incomplete evidence. She listened with careful attention, understanding that her role as guardian would require not only maintaining the tower's physical defenses, but also remaining alert to threats that might come through subtler channels. If scholars or agents sought to gain her confidence in order to access the Archive, she would need to recognize the danger and stand firm against persuasion or deception. The knowledge contained within these walls was precious, but it was also perilous, and her duty was to preserve both aspects in proper balance. As the sun climbed higher in the morning sky, Gandalf prepared to take his leave. His work here was complete for the moment, though he promised to return periodically to check on the tower and its new guardian, to provide assistance if needed, and to ensure that the wards remained strong. He taught Narieth a method of communication, a spell that would allow her to send word to him if emergency demanded his return. though he cautioned her to use it sparingly, for such sendings could be detected by those who watched for magical emanations and might draw unwanted attention to the archive. Standing before the tower one final time, the wizard turned to regard the woman who would now spend her days in this isolated place. He saw in her face both determination and a quiet joy, the satisfaction that comes from finding one's true purpose after long searching. She would not be happy in the way that comfortable hobbits were happy, surrounded by abundance and simple pleasures, but she would know the deeper contentment that comes from living in alignment with one's highest calling, that would sustain her through the lonely years ahead, through winters when snow piled deep around the tower, and summers when the heat made the stones shimmer. Gandalf offered her his blessing, speaking words in the ancient tongue that would grant her clarity of mind and strength of purpose, that would shield her from the worst of the loneliness, and help her maintain perspective through the long years of solitary service. Narieth bowed her head to receive this benediction, feeling warmth flow through her like sunlight breaking through clouds, a gift that would remain with her long after the wizard had departed. When she looked up again, her eyes were bright with unshed tears, though whether of gratitude or sorrow or some mingling of both, even she could not have said. The wizard called for Shadowfax, and the great horse came cantering across the moor, his coat gleaming silver in the morning light. Gandalf mounted with the ease of long practice, settling himself in the saddle and taking up his staff. He looked down at Narieth one final time, his expression grave but kind, and he reminded her that she did not serve alone, that the Valar themselves watched over those who laboured in defence of light and truth. Though she might feel isolated in this remote place, she was part of a larger pattern, a greater working that stretched across all of Middle-earth and beyond. With a final word of farewell, Gandalf urged Shadowfax forward, and the great horse broke into a smooth canter that carried them swiftly across the moorland. The wizard looked back once to see Narieth standing before the tower, her hand raised in parting, a solitary figure against the grey stones but standing tall and resolute. Then a rise in the land intervened, and she was lost to sight, leaving Gandalf alone with his thoughts as he turned his face towards the south and the long journey that lay ahead. The return journey passed differently than the outward one had done. For now, Gandalf's mind was occupied not with questions of what he might find, but rather with contemplation of what he had discovered. The archive was secure for the moment, its guardian renewed and its wards restored, yet the larger mystery remained unsolved. Someone with considerable knowledge and patience had been working to breach those defenses for 3 decades, and that someone had not yet achieved their goal only because the fundamental strength of the original enchantments had resisted even skilled undermining. But whoever they were, they would not simply abandon their efforts because of a temporary setback. As Shadowfax carried him over hills and through valleys, past streams that sang over stone and through forests where autumn was beginning to paint the leaves in shades of gold and crimson, Gandalf turned over in his mind what he knew of Saruman and the White Wizard's habits and interests. They had worked together often in the early years of the Astari's mission in Middle-earth, and Gandalf had counted him friend as well as colleague, valuing his wisdom and his dedication to opposing the Shadow. But in recent decades he had noticed a change, subtle at first but growing more pronounced with time, a hardening of Saruman's manner and a shift in his priorities. The White Wizard had become increasingly fascinated with power in its various forms, not merely as something to be understood, but as something to be possessed and wielded. His studies of ring lore had taken on an obsessive quality, and he spent long hours in the libraries of Orthanc poring over ancient texts that dealt with the methods by which the rings had been forged and the principles that governed their operation. When Gandalf had gently questioned this focus, suggesting that such knowledge might be dangerous even in hands that meant well, Saruman had responded with irritation, declaring that understanding the enemy's tools was essential to defeating him. There was logic in this argument, Gandalf had to admit. Yet logic could be used to justify many courses of action that wisdom would counsel against. The line between studying evil in order to oppose it and being gradually corrupted by that study was fine and easily crossed, especially for those who believed themselves strong enough to resist temptation. Saruman's pride had always been his greatest vulnerability, his certainty in his own wisdom, and his conviction that he alone among the Astari truly understood what was necessary to preserve Middle-earth against the growing shadow in the east. If Saruman had indeed been behind the tampering at the archive, His motive would likely have been to access the texts on ring lore and the artifacts of power stored there, particularly the corrupted Palantir. Such a seeing stone, even one tainted by the darkness of its creation, might seem attractive to one seeking to gather intelligence about Sauron's movements and plans. Saruman might convince himself that he could use the stone without being corrupted by it, that his wisdom and strength of will would allow him to turn even corrupted tools to good purpose. It was the kind of reasoning that had led many down dark paths throughout the ages, each believing themselves the exception to rules that applied to lesser beings. Yet for all these concerns, Gandalf had no proof, only suspicions built on subtle signs and troubling patterns. To accuse Saruman without evidence would accomplish nothing save to create division among the wise, at a time when unity was desperately needed. Better to watch and wait, to gather more information before making any move that could not be unmade. If the White Wizard was innocent of these particular suspicions, accusing him wrongly would damage trust beyond repair. If he was guilty, confronting him prematurely might only drive him to greater secrecy and more desperate measures. On the third day of his journey, as evening shadows lengthened across a pleasant valley, where a small village nestled among cultivated fields, Gandalf decided to stop for the night at the local inn. He was weary from days of travel and the demanding work at the Archive, and the prospect of a warm meal and a soft bed held considerable appeal. The inn was a modest establishment, clean and well kept, with a common room that smelled pleasantly of pipe smoke and roasting meat. The innkeeper greeted the wizard with respectful welcome, for Gandalf's reputation as a friend to honest folk had spread far across the northern lands. As he settled himself by the fire with a mug of ale and a pipe of the good leaf from the Shire, Gandalf became aware of another traveller occupying a corner table, a man who sat alone and spoke to none, despite the friendly atmosphere of the room. There was something about the figure that caught the wizard's attention, something in the way he held himself, and the quality of watchfulness in his posture. Gandalf studied him discreetly over the rim of his mug, noting the fine quality of the man's travel-stained cloak, and the scholarly bearing evident, despite attempts to appear unremarkable. After a time, the stranger rose and approached Gandalf's table, asking with courteous deference if he might join the wizard for a moment's conversation. Gandalf gestured to the empty chair opposite him, curious to learn what business this traveller might have with him. The man introduced himself as Malthor, a scholar from Minas Tirith, engaged in research regarding the lost repositories of the Second Age. He had heard that Gandalf possessed knowledge of such matters, and wondered if the wizard might spare a few moments to discuss the subject, purely from academic interest. The wizard's suspicions, already aroused, sharpened to full alertness at these words. The timing of this encounter seemed too convenient to be mere chance, coming, as it did, immediately after his work at the Archive. He agreed to conversation while maintaining careful guard over what he revealed, asking Malthor questions in turn about his research and his reasons for pursuing it. The scholar answered smoothly, speaking of his desire to recover knowledge that might benefit the people of Gondor, of texts on healing and agriculture, and the practical arts that had been lost when Númenor fell. Yet, as they talked, Gandalf noticed small inconsistencies in Malthor's account, moments when his story did not quite align with what a true scholar from Minas Tirith would know or say. The man's knowledge of the libraries there was superficial, his grasp of Gondorian history adequate but not deep, and his questions about the lost repositories were too focused, too specific in ways that suggested he sought particular items rather than general knowledge. The wizard began to suspect that Malthor was not what he claimed, that this chance meeting was in fact a carefully arranged encounter, designed to learn what Gandalf knew about the Archive, and whether the recent changes there had been detected. Gandalf played his part carefully, giving answers that were truthful but incomplete, speaking of the repositories in general terms while revealing nothing of his recent visit to the Archive of Dúvenor. He watched Malthor's reactions closely, noting the flickers of frustration when the conversation failed to yield the information he sought, the subtle attempts to steer discussion toward more specific topics. When at last Malthor made a direct inquiry about whether Gandalf had knowledge of the Archive's current state or the condition of its wards, the wizard met the question with a mild expression and a gentle deflection, suggesting that such matters were beyond the scope of casual conversation. The scholar accepted this rebuff with good grace, though Gandalf could sense the tension beneath his courteous facade. They parted on nominally friendly terms, Malthor retiring to his own chamber while Gandalf remained by the fire, appearing to relax while his mind worked rapidly to assess what this encounter meant. If Malthor was indeed an agent of whoever had been tampering with the archive, his appearance here suggested that they knew of Gandalf's involvement and were seeking to determine how much damage had been done to their plans. This in turn implied a network of watchers and informants, perhaps stretching across much of the northern lands. The wizard did not sleep in the room the innkeeper had prepared for him that night. Instead, he maintained watch from a position where he could observe the common room and the inn's entrance without being easily seen himself. His vigilance was rewarded near midnight when Malthor emerged from his chamber and slipped quietly out into the darkness. Gandalf followed at a distance, his grey robes blending with shadow, his footfalls making no sound on the packed earth of the village streets. The scholar made his way to the edge of the settlement, where a horse was tethered in a small grove of trees, clearly placed there in advance for swift departure. But before Malthor could mount and ride, Gandalf stepped from concealment, his staff blazing with sudden light that froze the man in place like a deer caught in torchlight. The wizard spoke no word of threat, merely stood regarding the would-be spy with eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, that had seen through countless deceptions, and would not be moved by whatever explanation Malthor might offer. The scholar's facade crumbled under that gaze, and he sagged against his horse, the pretense of scholarly innocence abandoned. In a voice barely above a whisper, Malthor admitted that he served another, though he would not speak the name of his master. He had been tasked with learning what he could of the archive and of any who might visit it, with reporting back on the state of its defenses and the nature of what it contained. He swore that he meant no harm himself, that he was merely a messenger and researcher, that whatever use his master intended for the information was beyond his knowledge or control. Gandalf listened without comment, and when Malthor had finished speaking, the wizard asked a single question. Did his master seek knowledge for its own sake, or for power? Malthor hesitated, and in that hesitation Gandalf read his answer. The scholar did not know, or perhaps did not wish to know, fearing that honest examination of his master's motives might force him to confront uncomfortable truths about whom he served. This willful ignorance was itself a kind of complicity, Gandalf knew, the way that good people often enabled evil by refusing to see what was plain before them. He told Malthor as much, speaking not in anger but in sorrow, explaining that neutrality in the face of wrong was itself a form of choosing, that one could not serve darkness while claiming innocence through ignorance. The wizard's words seemed to strike Malthor with the weight of stones, and the man's shoulders slumped as though a burden he had long carried had suddenly grown too heavy to bear. He sank down to sit upon a fallen log, his head in his hands, and for a long moment the only sounds were the whisper of wind through the trees and the distant call of a night bird. When he finally spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion, carrying the weight of choices made and regretted, of paths taken that could not easily be retraced. He told Gandalf that he had once been a true scholar, driven by genuine love of learning and desire to recover knowledge that might benefit the world. But over the years, as funding for his research had dried up, and the libraries of Gondor had closed their doors to those without noble patronage, he had been forced to seek other sources of support. His current master had approached him 5 years past, offering generous payment for what seemed like harmless research, the gathering of information about ancient repositories, and the cataloguing of what they might contain. At first, the work had indeed been scholarly in nature, requiring him to consult obscure texts and piece together fragmentary accounts of the Second Age. But gradually the questions had grown more specific and more troubling, focusing not on general knowledge, but on particular artifacts and texts, on methods of breaching wards and circumventing protections. Malthor had told himself that his master's interest was purely academic, that understanding such things was different from actually attempting them. But deep in his heart, he had known this was self-deception. Now, confronted by Gandalf's unwavering gaze and forced to speak his complicity aloud, Malthor could no longer maintain the comfortable lies he had been telling himself. He admitted that he had suspected for some time that his master intended to use the information he gathered for purposes that were not benign, that the interest in the archive and its contents went beyond mere scholarly curiosity. But he had needed the money, and he had told himself that what his master did with the information was not his responsibility, that he was merely a researcher providing facts without moral judgment about how they might be used. Gandalf listened to this confession with the patience of one who had heard many such stories over long ages, who understood The gradual nature of corruption and the way that good people could slide into complicity with evil through small compromises that seemed harmless at the time. He felt pity for Malthor, recognizing in him not a villain, but rather a weak man who had allowed circumstance and need to erode his principles. Yet pity did not change the facts of what had been done, nor did it eliminate the danger that Malthor's research posed if it fell into the wrong hands. The wizard asked what information Malthor had already provided to his master regarding the archive, what details of its location and defenses had been shared. The scholar answered reluctantly, explaining that he had provided general information about the tower's position based on old maps and fragmentary references, along with theoretical analysis of what types of wards might have been employed, based on the practices of Second Age enchanters. But he had never visited the archive himself, had never confirmed whether it still stood or whether his theories about its protections were accurate. His encounter with Gandalf tonight had been intended to fill these gaps in his knowledge, to learn whether the tower remained and whether recent activity suggested changes in its status. This news brought Gandalf some small measure of relief, for it meant that whoever Malthor served did not yet have complete information about the archive's current state or the restoration of its wards. The enemy, if enemy it was, had been working with incomplete intelligence, which explained why their attempts to breach the defenses had been so gradual and cautious. They had been feeling their way forward in partial darkness, testing the wards carefully rather than launching a direct assault. This gave Narieth and the renewed guardianship a measure of breathing room, time to further strengthen the protections before any serious attempt at infiltration might be made. Yet Gandalf knew that this advantage would not last if Malthor were allowed to report back to his master. The scholar would reveal that he had encountered the Grey Wizard, that Gandalf had shown interest in the archive and had clearly visited it recently. From this, an intelligent adversary would deduce that the tower's defenses had been discovered in a weakened state and had likely been restored. They might abandon their patient approach and move to more desperate measures, or they might increase their efforts at surveillance and infiltration, seeking new ways to achieve their goal now that the old approach had been compromised. The wizard faced a difficult choice. He could not in good conscience allow Malthor to return to his master with the information he had gathered, yet neither could he simply imprison or harm a man whose greatest crime was weakness and poor judgment. Gandalf had not come to Middle-earth to become a jailer or executioner, and he held to certain principles, even when they made his task more difficult. There had to be another way, some solution that would protect the archive, while giving Malthor a chance to redeem himself and choose a better path. After long consideration, Gandalf offered the scholar a choice. Malthor could return to his master and report what he had learned, continuing on his current path until it led him to whatever end such service inevitably brought. Or he could break with that service now, abandoning the gold and the comfortable lies, and instead devote himself to genuine scholarship undertaken for its own sake, rather than for the benefit of hidden masters with questionable motives. If he chose the latter course, Gandalf would help him, using his influence to secure Malthor a position in the libraries of Rivendell, where his knowledge could be put to honest use. But there would be conditions, the wizard explained. If Malthor chose redemption, he would have to provide Gandalf with all the information he possessed about his master, every detail that might help identify who had been seeking to breach the archive, and what their ultimate purpose might be. He would have to accept that his former life was over, that he could never return to the lands where his master's influence reached, for to do so would be to invite retribution. And most importantly, he would have to accept Gandalf's judgment about what knowledge he could safely pursue and what subjects were better left alone, understanding that some doors were closed for good reason. Malthor sat in silence for a long time, weighing these options with visible struggle. The choice before him was stark, a true crossroads where the path he selected would determine the shape of all his remaining years. On one side lay the familiar comfort of his current existence, purchased at the cost of moral compromise, but requiring no great change or sacrifice. On the other lay uncertainty and exile, the chance to reclaim his integrity, but only by abandoning everything he had built and submitting to guidance that might prove restrictive and unwelcome. It was, Gandalf knew, the kind of choice that revealed character, that showed whether a person valued comfort more than conscience. At last, as the first grey light of dawn began to touch the eastern sky, Malthor raised his head and met Gandalf's eyes. In a voice hoarse with emotion but steady with decision, he accepted the wizard's offer. He would break with his master, would provide what information he could, and would seek honest work in Rivendell if such could be found for him. The words came slowly, as though each one cost him dearly, but once begun the decision seemed to bring him relief, as though a weight he had carried for years was finally being set down. Gandalf felt the truth in Malthor's acceptance, sensing no deception or reservation in the scholar's manner. This was a genuine turning point, a moment when someone who had been sliding toward darkness had caught themselves and chosen to climb back toward the light. Such moments were precious and rare, the wizard knew, for most who went down that path continued until some catastrophe forced them to stop, and by then it was often too late for any redemption, save what might come in whatever lay beyond the circles of the world. They talked through the remaining hours of the night, Malthor providing a detailed accounting of everything he knew about his mysterious master. The man had never given a name, always communicating through intermediaries or by letter sealed with an unmarked signet. The payments had been generous, delivered in gold that bore no mint marks to indicate its origin. The questions asked had focused heavily on ring lore and artifacts of the Second Age, particularly those with properties relating to seeing or knowing at a distance. Most tellingly, there had been inquiries about the Palantiri, both the 7 stones created by Feanor and the lesser imitations crafted in Númenor. This last detail confirmed Gandalf's worst suspicions. Only a few in Middle-earth would have both the knowledge to ask such specific questions and the resources to fund extensive research. The list of possible candidates was short, and at its head stood Saruman, who had long been obsessed with the Seeing Stones and their potential uses. The wizard's heart grew heavy with this near certainty, for he had hoped that his suspicions might prove unfounded, that some other explanation might emerge to exonerate his old colleague. But the evidence was mounting, and though it remained circumstantial, the pattern was becoming too clear to ignore. Yet even now, Gandalf hesitated to make final judgment. Saruman deserved the benefit of doubt until proof became incontrovertible, deserved at least the courtesy of direct confrontation before being condemned. The wizard resolved that he would journey to Isengard when time permitted, would speak with Saruman openly about the archive and gauge his reaction. Perhaps there was still a chance for honesty between them, for the White Wizard to explain his actions and allay these concerns. Or perhaps the conversation would confirm beyond question that Saruman had indeed fallen into the trap of believing that evil methods could be justified by good intentions. As the sun climbed above the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, Gandalf and Malthor prepared to part ways. The wizard provided the scholar with a sealed letter of introduction to Elrond, explaining Malthor's circumstances and requesting that he be given a chance to prove himself in honest service. He also gave him detailed directions for reaching Rivendell, along with warnings about the dangers that might be encountered along the way, and advice on how to avoid the worst of them. Malthor accepted these gifts with profound gratitude, his eyes bright with tears as he thanked Gandalf for offering him a second chance when he had deserved none. Before they separated, the wizard spoke one final word of counsel. He told Malthor that redemption was not a single moment, but a continuous process, that choosing the right path today did not guarantee he would choose rightly tomorrow. The scholar would face temptations in the years ahead, moments when his old habits of rationalization and compromise would whisper that small departures from integrity were harmless or even necessary. In those moments, Gandalf urged him to remember this night, to recall the weight he had felt when forced to confront his own complicity, and to choose again the harder path that led toward light rather than the easier one that sloped down into shadow. Gandalf watched as Malthor rode eastward toward the distant mountains where Rivendell lay hidden in its sheltered valley, the scholar's figure growing smaller with distance until it disappeared entirely into the morning haze. The wizard stood alone then on the hillside, overlooking the village, the early sunlight warm upon his grey robes, and he felt the familiar weight of responsibility that had been his companion through all the long ages of his sojourn in Middle-earth. One crisis had been averted, one soul turned back from the edge of darkness, one ancient repository secured against those who would plunder it. Yet the larger struggle continued, as it always had and always would, until the appointed time came for final reckonings. He called for Shadowfax, and the great horse came trotting up the slope, his movements graceful despite the steepness of the terrain. Gandalf mounted and turned the horse's head southward, for there were other matters demanding his attention. other places where his presence might make the difference between preservation and loss. The road stretched before him like a ribbon of possibility, winding through landscapes that held both beauty and peril in equal measure. As he rode, his mind turned over all that had transpired in the past weeks, seeking to understand the full pattern of which these events were surely only a part. The Archive of Dúvenor now had its guardian, and Narieth would serve faithfully in the years to come. Of this Gandalf felt certain. She had proven herself worthy through her dedication and her willingness to sacrifice personal comfort for the sake of duty. The knowledge and artifacts contained within that grey tower would be preserved and protected, held in trust for whatever future might unfold. Yet the wizard knew that this was only a temporary victory, that the forces seeking such power would not simply abandon their designs because of a single setback. They would probe for weaknesses, seek new angles of approach, perhaps turn their attention to other repositories if this one had been placed beyond their reach. The question of Saruman weighed heavily on Gandalf's thoughts. If the White Wizard was indeed behind the attempts to breach the archive, it represented a betrayal that cut deeply, for Saruman had been not merely a colleague but a friend, someone Gandalf had trusted and respected for thousands of years. The Istari had been sent to Middle-earth to oppose Sauron and to rally the free peoples against the Shadow, not to seek power for themselves or to delve into forbidden knowledge out of curiosity or ambition. If Saruman had forgotten this essential purpose, if he had allowed his wisdom to be corrupted by pride and his judgment clouded by desire for mastery, then the consequences could extend far beyond a single archive. Yet Gandalf reminded himself that he did not yet possess absolute proof, only circumstantial evidence and troubling patterns that suggested but did not confirm Saruman's involvement. Justice required that he give his old friend the opportunity to explain, to defend himself against suspicion before any final judgment was rendered. When the time was right, when other pressing matters had been addressed, he would journey to Isengard and seek the truth directly. Until then, he would watch and wait, gathering what information he could, while hoping that his suspicions might yet prove unfounded. The days passed in steady travel, Shadowfax bearing him through lands both familiar and strange. They crossed broad rivers where fishermen cast their nets in the morning mist, traversed forests where ancient trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen, and climbed hills from which the view stretched to distant horizons blue with haze. Gandalf stopped occasionally in villages and towns, sharing news and gathering intelligence, listening to the concerns of common folk whose lives were touched by the growing shadow, even if they did not fully understand its nature. In a small market town 3 days south of where he had parted from Malthor, the wizard encountered a group of rangers who brought troubling tidings from the eastern borders. Orc activity had increased significantly in recent months, with raids growing bolder and more coordinated than had been seen in years. The creatures were moving with unusual purpose, as though directed by an intelligence that understood strategy and tactics rather than merely driven by hunger and malice. This suggested that Sauron's power was growing more rapidly than some among the wise had believed, that the time of waiting and watching might soon give way to more active conflict. Gandalf shared what counsel he could with the rangers, advising increased vigilance and better coordination between the scattered companies that patrolled the borderlands. He could not tell them everything he knew, for some knowledge was too dangerous to spread widely, even among those who fought against the Shadow. But he gave them what encouragement and practical wisdom he possessed, and he left them better prepared than he had found them, which was all that any could do in these gathering times of trouble. As he continued his journey, passing through landscapes that changed from the wild borderlands to more settled regions where farms and villages dotted the countryside, Gandalf found his thoughts returning again and again to the nature of guardianship and the burden of preserving dangerous knowledge. The archive represented a profound dilemma that had faced the wise throughout all ages. Some things could not safely be destroyed, for they contained understanding that might prove necessary in fighting future evils. Yet preserving them meant creating targets for those who would seek power, meant accepting the risk that even the strongest protections might eventually fail. There were no easy answers to such questions, only the ongoing effort to strike the right balance between competing necessities. Narieth would struggle with this dilemma in her years of service, would face moments when she questioned whether the knowledge she guarded might be better destroyed than preserved. Gandalf hoped that she would have the wisdom to navigate these doubts, to maintain her commitment to the guardianship, even when its purpose seemed unclear. or its burden too heavy to bear. The fate of more than just the Archive might depend on her steadfastness. The wizard reflected too on the broader patterns he had observed throughout his long service in Middle-earth. Again and again, he had seen how small choices accumulated over time to shape great events, how the decisions of obscure individuals in forgotten places could ripple outward to affect the destinies of nations. Malthor's choice to accept redemption, rather than continue in comfortable corruption, might seem insignificant in the grand scope of the age. Yet, it mattered. Each soul that turned toward light rather than shadow, each small victory against the forces of decay and despair, contributed to the larger pattern of resistance that might ultimately determine whether darkness would prevail. As the sun set on another day of travel, painting the western sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, Gandalf made camp in a grove of birch trees whose white bark gleamed in the fading light. He kindled a small fire, more for companionship than warmth, and sat beside it smoking his pipe, while the stars emerged one by one in the darkening vault above. The smoke from his pipe rose in lazy spirals, and he watched it drift upward until it disappeared into the night, thinking of all the smoke rings he had blown across the centuries, and all the hearths where he had sat in council with the wise, or in simple fellowship with humble folk. These were the moments that sustained him, these quiet hours when the urgency of immediate crisis gave way to contemplation and the long view. The struggle against shadow was not merely a matter of great battles and dramatic confrontations, though such things would surely come. It was also, perhaps primarily, a matter of persistence and faithfulness, of continuing to do what was right, even when the outcome remained uncertain, of maintaining hope, when despair whispered that all effort was futile. This was the hardest magic of all, harder than any spell or enchantment, the simple determination to continue serving even when weariness accumulated and the years grew heavy. Gandalf thought of Narieth in her tower, beginning the first night of what would be many years of lonely vigil. He thought of Malthor riding toward Rivendell and the chance to rebuild a life on foundations of integrity rather than compromise. He thought of the rangers on the eastern borders, watching through the darkness for threats that might come at any moment. He thought of Elrond in his House of Peace, preserving beauty and wisdom against the day when such things might seem to have passed entirely from the world. All of them, each in their own way, were guardians, keeping watch over different treasures, maintaining their vigils against the encroaching shadow. And he thought of himself, one wizard among the many peoples and powers of Middle-earth, doing what he could with what he had been given, trying to make right choices in situations where all options carried risk and uncertainty. He was neither omnipotent nor omniscient, could not see all ends or prevent all evils, but he could light a few fires in the darkness, could help a few souls find their way, could preserve a few repositories of knowledge and beauty for whatever future might come. Perhaps that would be enough, or perhaps it would not, but it was all that could be asked of anyone to give what service they were capable of giving, and to trust that their efforts were part of some larger pattern that gave them meaning. The fire burned low as the night deepened, its coals glowing with warm red light. Shadowfax stood nearby, a pale shape in the darkness, patient and faithful. Overhead, the stars wheeled in their ancient dance, caring nothing for the concerns of those who walked below yet somehow, in their endurance and their beauty, offering a kind of comfort, a reminder that some things persisted through all the changes and chances of the world. Gandalf pulled his cloak more tightly around himself and settled back against a tree trunk, allowing his eyes to close while remaining alert to any disturbance in the night. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new decisions to be made, and new roads to travel. But for now, in this moment of rest, between one task completed and the next begun, there was peace. The Archive was secure, its guardian faithful, and the night was calm beneath the watching stars. It was enough, Gandalf thought as sleep began to claim him. For tonight at least, it was enough. And so the Grey Wizard rested beneath the birch trees while the stars wheeled overhead. One more chapter written in the long chronicle of his wanderings. One more thread woven into the vast tapestry of Middle-earth's unfolding story, waiting patiently for whatever the dawn might bring. Story 2. In the days before the shadow grew long across Middle-earth, when the Third Age was still young and the memory of the last alliance remained bright in the minds of the wise, there came a time of strange quiet in the northern reaches of Eriador. It was in those days that Gandalf the Grey, ever watchful of the borders between the wild and the tame, received word of a peculiar affliction that had settled upon a small settlement of men in the Weather Hills, a place called Weathertop Village, nestled in the shadow of that ancient and weathered peak. The message had come by way of a ranger, one of the Dunedain who kept silent watch over the remnants of Arna's glory. The ranger's face had been grave as he spoke, and his words were measured and careful, as befitted one who had seen much and spoke little. "There is a sickness in Weathertop Village," he had said, his weather-worn features creased with concern. "Not of the body, but of the spirit. The folk there have lost something precious, and they know not what it is they have lost. They wander their days as though in a waking dream, going through the motions of life, yet finding no joy in the sunrise, no comfort in the hearth fire, no solace in the laughter of their children. It is as though something vital has been drawn from them, leaving only hollow shells that breathe and walk, but do not truly live." Gandalf had listened with growing interest, for such afflictions were rare, and spoke of powers at work that few could comprehend. The wizard had questioned the ranger closely, learning what he could of the village and its people, of when the malady had first appeared, and how it had spread. The ranger told him that it had begun perhaps 6 months past, starting with one family, and then spreading like a slow frost across the entire settlement. No healer could cure it, no herb or poultice brought relief. The people ate and slept, worked their fields and tended their animals, but it was all done without purpose, without the spark that makes life worth living. Some had already begun to speak of abandoning the village entirely, though even that decision seemed to require more will than they could muster. Without delay, Gandalf had set forth upon the North Road, his staff in hand and Shadowfax bearing him swiftly through the wild lands. The great horse, who could outrun the wind when need required, seemed to sense the urgency of their journey, and his hooves ate up the miles with tireless determination. They passed through regions where the roads were little more than memories, where the works of men had long since fallen to ruin, and the wilderness had reclaimed what was once tamed. Here and there, Gandalf marked the remnants of watchtowers and way stations, monuments to kingdoms that had faded like morning mist, and his heart was heavy with the knowledge of how much had been lost. As they approached the Weather Hills, the land grew more desolate. The grass here was sparse and tough, clinging stubbornly to rocky soil that offered little nourishment. Twisted trees, bent and gnarled by constant wind, stood in isolated clusters like huddled refugees from some ancient catastrophe. The sky above was grey and overcast, though no rain fell, and the air carried a chill that spoke of autumn's approach, though summer was not yet spent. It was a hard land, unforgiving and stark, yet there was a beauty to it for those who had eyes to see, a beauty born of endurance and the quiet dignity of things that persist against all odds. Weathertop itself loomed before him, its crown of broken stones visible even from miles away. The ancient watchtower of Amon Sul, once a place of great power and vigilance, now stood in lonely ruin atop the hill, a reminder of glories past and the inexorable march of time. Gandalf gazed up at it with eyes that had witnessed its building and its fall, and he felt the weight of centuries pressing upon his spirit. "So much lost," he murmured to himself, "so much forgotten. Yet still the world turns, and still there are those who need aid." The village itself lay at the base of the hill, sheltered in a small valley where a spring provided water, and the land was slightly more generous. As Gandalf approached, riding slowly now so as not to alarm the inhabitants, he observed the settlement with a keen eye. It was a modest place, perhaps 30 dwellings in all, built in the sturdy style of northern men, with thick walls of stone and roofs of turf and thatch. Smoke rose from several chimneys, and he could see figures moving about their daily tasks, yet there was something profoundly wrong with the scene. It took him a moment to identify what troubled him, but then it struck him with the force of revelation. There was no sound. In a village of this size, one should hear the ring of hammer on anvil, the laughter of children at play, the calls of women to one another as they drew water from the well, the barking of dogs and the lowing of cattle. Yet here there was only silence, broken occasionally by the necessary sounds of labour, but devoid of all the human music that should accompany life in community. It was as though he had stumbled upon a village of the dead, save that the dead do not move about tending fields and mending fences. Gandalf dismounted at the edge of the village and walked forward, leading Shadowfax by the reins. Several villagers looked up at his approach, their faces registering his presence with dull curiosity, but nothing more. No one called out in greeting. No one came forward to inquire his business or offer hospitality. They simply watched him with empty eyes, then returned to whatever task had occupied them before, as though his arrival was of no more consequence than the passing of a cloud across the sun. He made his way to what appeared to be the village well, a stone structure at the center of the small square where several paths converged. An elderly woman was drawing water, the wooden bucket emerging with a creak of rope and pulley. Gandalf approached her with a kindly expression, doffing his pointed hat in respectful greeting. "Good day to you, mother," he said, his voice gentle and warm. "I am but a traveller seeking knowledge of this place. Might you spare a moment to speak with me?" The woman looked at him with eyes that seemed to gaze through him rather than at him. Her face was weathered by years of sun and wind, lined with the marks of a life lived in harsh country. Yet there was no animation in her features, no spark of interest or concern. She regarded him for a long moment, as though his words had to travel a great distance to reach her understanding. And when she finally spoke, her voice was flat and hollow, devoid of all inflection. "Speak if you wish, stranger. It matters little one way or another." Gandalf felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the autumn air. This was worse than he had imagined. The ranger's description had been accurate, but had failed to convey the full horror of this affliction. These people were not merely sad or melancholic. They had been robbed of something fundamental, something that made them human. "I have heard," he said carefully, keeping his tone conversational and unthreatening, "that your village has been touched by some misfortune. Can you tell me when this began?" The woman set down her bucket with slow, deliberate movements, as though the act required careful thought. She did not look at Gandalf, but rather stared into the middle distance, her gaze unfocused. "Time passes," she said at last. "Days follow nights. Nights follow days. When did it begin? Who can say? Who cares to remember? We wake, we work, we sleep. That is all there is. Your children," Gandalf pressed gently, "surely they bring you joy. And your husband, if you have one, your friends and neighbors?" The word joy seemed to puzzle her, as though he had spoken in a foreign tongue. She frowned slightly, the first expression of any kind that Gandalf had seen cross her face. "Joy," she repeated slowly, testing the word on her tongue like an unfamiliar flavor. "I had a husband once. He died. I have grandchildren. They are here somewhere. These things are so, but they mean nothing. Nothing means anything anymore." Gandalf's heart ached at her words, for he understood then the depth of what had been stolen from these people. It was not their lives that had been taken, but their capacity to value those lives. They had been stripped of meaning itself, left with only the mechanical continuation of existence, without purpose or passion. This was a cruelty more subtle and more terrible than any sword or flame, for it left the body intact while destroying everything that made life worth living. He thanked the woman, though she barely acknowledged his words, and moved on through the village, stopping to speak with others. Each conversation confirmed what he had learned from the first. The villagers could function, could carry out their daily tasks, but they did so without any sense of why they bothered. When asked about their lives, they spoke in the same flat, affectless manner, as though discussing the weather or the state of the roads. A young mother nursing an infant at her breast showed no tenderness toward the child, only a weary resignation. A blacksmith hammered at his forge with steady rhythm, but no pride in his craft. Children played, but their play was joyless, a mere pantomime of childhood without its essential spirit. As the day wore on and Gandalf continued his observations, he began to notice other details. The village itself showed signs of neglect. Fences that needed mending were left to sag and lean. Gardens that should have been tended were overrun with weeds. No one sang at their work. No one paused to admire a sunset or exchange pleasantries with a neighbor. It was as though the entire settlement had been wrapped in a grey shroud that muffled not just sound, but life itself. That evening, as the sun set behind the western hills and darkness crept across the land, Gandalf made camp just outside the village, near the base of Weathertop. He built a small fire and sat before it, smoking his pipe and pondering what he had learned. Shadowfax stood nearby, grazing on the sparse grass, his presence a comfort in the gathering gloom. The wizard's mind turned over the problem from every angle, considering and discarding various possibilities. This was no plague, no poison, no curse of the ordinary sort. It was something more fundamental. more insidious. As he sat in contemplation, staring into the dancing flames, Gandalf became aware of a presence approaching. He looked up to see a figure emerging from the darkness, moving with the careful step of one who knows the land well. The newcomer resolved into the form of a man, middle-aged and weather-worn, wearing the simple garb of a village farmer. He stopped at the edge of Gandalf's firelight, his face barely visible in the shadows. "You are the wizard," the man said. It was not a question, but a statement of fact, delivered in the same flat tone Gandalf had heard all day. "Word has spread that you have come asking questions about our condition." "I am Gandalf," the wizard confirmed, gesturing to a spot by the fire in invitation. "Will you sit with me? I would hear more of what afflicts this place, if you are willing to speak of it." The man considered this for a moment, then moved forward and settled himself cross-legged by the fire. In the flickering light, Gandalf could see his face more clearly. He was perhaps 40 years of age, with dark hair beginning to grey at the temples and lines of care etched deep around his eyes and mouth. Yet those eyes, like all the others Gandalf had seen that day, were empty of all vitality, gazing at the world with the same dull indifference that marked every soul in this cursed place. "My name is Aldrich," the man said, his voice carrying no emotion, neither pride nor shame in the introduction. "I was the headman of this village once, before the emptiness came. Now I am nothing. For what is a leader when those he leads care nothing for being led? What is authority when no one values its exercise? I perform the duties still, out of habit, I suppose. But they are meaningless gestures in a meaningless world." Gandalf studied the man's face, searching for any flicker of the person he must have been before this affliction took hold. "Tell me, Aldrich," he said softly, "can you remember what it was like? Before the emptiness, as you call it. Can you recall how you felt then?" Aldrich's brow furrowed slightly, and for a moment Gandalf thought he saw something stir in those dead eyes, some ghost of memory struggling to surface. "I remember that there were things I cared about," he said slowly, as though dragging the words up from a deep well. "My wife, Ellen, we had been wed 20 years, and I remember that seeing her smile would lift my spirits, even on the darkest days. My son Gareth, who was learning his letters and showed promise of becoming a scholar. The harvest festivals, when the whole village would gather to celebrate our labour and give thanks for the bounty of the earth. I remember these things, wizard, yet they feel like stories someone told me about a stranger's life. I know they happened, I know I was there, but I cannot grasp why they mattered, why anything matters. And when did this begin?" Gandalf asked, leaning forward with interest. "Can you pinpoint the moment when things changed?" Aldrich stared into the fire, his face showing the strain of trying to organize thoughts that seemed to slip through his mental grasp like water through cupped hands. "It was gradual at first," he said. 6 months ago, perhaps 7. Time has become difficult to track when days hold no distinction from one another. It started with Harwin, the miller. He came to me one morning and said he could no longer find pleasure in his work. The mill still turned, the grain was still ground, but the satisfaction he had always taken in a job well done was simply gone. He said it was as though someone had snuffed out a candle inside him, leaving only darkness. At first I told him it was likely just a passing melancholy, the kind that sometimes settles on folk during the grey days of late winter. I suggested he rest, spend time with his family, perhaps take a journey to Bree for a change of scenery. But within a week, his wife came to me with the same complaint, then his children, then it spread to the family who lived next to them, and then to their neighbours. Like a sickness, it moved through the village, claiming each household in turn, until at last it came to my own door. I remember the morning I woke, and felt it had taken me," Aldrich continued, his voice never rising above that same flat monotone. "I looked at Ellen sleeping beside me, and though I knew I loved her, though I could remember the feeling of that love, I could no longer feel it. It was like looking at a beautiful painting and knowing intellectually that it should move you, should stir something in your breast, yet feeling nothing but a vague acknowledgement of form and colour. Everything became like that. Food lost its taste, though I could still distinguish salt from sweet. Music lost its beauty, though I could still hear the notes. The sunrise, the laughter of children, the warmth of the hearth fire on a cold night, all of it became nothing more than sensory information, devoid of any emotional resonance." Gandalf puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, the smoke rising in lazy spirals toward the star-scattered sky. And have any in the village been immune to this affliction? Are there some who retain their capacity for joy and meaning? Aldrich shook his head slowly. All have been touched by it. Wizard. Every man, woman and child in Weathertop village. Some tried to flee in the early days, before it fully took hold, hoping to escape whatever curse had befallen us. But the emptiness travelled with them, settling more deeply upon them the farther they went, until they returned to the village, finding no reason to continue their flight and no reason to stay, caught in a paralysis of absolute indifference. This was a vital piece of information, and Gandalf filed it away carefully in his mind. So the affliction is bound to this place, he mused aloud. Yet it follows those who try to leave, growing stronger the more they resist it. That speaks of a localized source, something anchored here that extends its influence like roots spreading through soil. Aldrich looked at him with that same empty gaze. Does it matter? He asked simply. Does it matter what causes it, or how it works? We exist. We continue. That is all there is. Why do you trouble yourself to investigate what cannot be changed? Because I do not accept that it cannot be changed, Gandalf replied firmly. There is always hope, Aldrich, even when we cannot perceive it, even when the very capacity to hope has been stolen from us. That is why I am here, why I will not rest until I understand this evil and find a way to undo it. Evil, Aldrich repeated, seeming to taste the word. Is it evil? It causes no pain, brings no suffering in the usual sense. We are not tortured or tormented. We simply exist without purpose. Perhaps that is a kind of peace, in its own way. Perhaps it is a release from the burden of caring. No, Gandalf said, and there was steel in his voice now, a hardness that made even Aldrich's dulled attention sharpen slightly. This is not peace, Aldrich. Peace is the absence of conflict, the quiet contentment of a heart at rest. What you describe is the absence of everything that makes life worth living. It is a living death, and whatever force has inflicted it upon you is indeed evil, for it robs you of your very humanity while leaving you alive to experience the loss. For a moment, something flickered across Aldrich's face, some shadow of the man he had been, responding to the wizard's passionate words. But then it faded, and the emptiness returned. You speak of things I can remember but not feel, wizard. Your words should stir me, I think, but they fall on barren ground. Still, you asked to understand our condition, and I have told you what I can. Is there more you wish to know? Gandalf considered his next question carefully. In the days before this began, did anything unusual happen in the village? Any strangers passing through? Any discoveries made in the surrounding lands? Any changes, however small, that might have preceded the affliction? Aldrich was silent for a long moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. There was one thing, he said at last, though I cannot say if it has any bearing on what followed. About 2 weeks before Harwin reported his first symptoms, a group of men came through the village. They were not travellers on the road to Bree, but rather seemed to be searching for something in the hills. They asked permission to explore the ruins atop Weathertop, claiming to be scholars interested in the old lore of Arna. Gandalf's eyes narrowed. These scholars, can you describe them? How many were there? What did they look like? There were 4 of them, Aldrich said, his voice still utterly flat, despite the importance of his words. 3 men and 1 woman, or so it appeared. They wore the garb of wanderers, travel-stained and practical. Their leader was a tall man, thin as a rail, with dark hair and eyes that seemed never to settle on any one thing for long. He gave his name as Morven, and said they had come from the south, from Tharbad, seeking knowledge of the Old Kingdom. They stayed in the village for 3 nights, accepting our hospitality, though they kept to themselves mostly. During the days they would climb to the ruins and remain there until dusk, returning with packs that seemed heavier than when they had set out. Did they take anything from the ruins? Gandalf asked urgently. Did you see what they carried? We did not examine their belongings, Aldrich replied. It seemed no business of ours what they found among the ancient stones. When they left, they travelled south toward Bree, or so they said. I thought nothing more of them until you asked about unusual occurrences. Even now, I cannot say if their visit has any connection to what befell us. But Gandalf was already rising to his feet, his eyes bright with the fire of discovery. When exactly did they leave, Aldrich? How many days passed between their departure and the first symptoms appearing in Harwin? Aldrich thought for a moment. They left on a high day morning. Harwin came to me the following stir day. 4 days, perhaps 5. Gandalf began to pace, his staff tapping against the ground as his mind worked through the implications. Scholars from Tharbad seeking knowledge in the ruins of Amon Sul, he muttered. Packs growing heavier with whatever they found. And within days, an affliction that steals meaning and joy from all who dwell in the shadow of that ancient place. No, this is no coincidence. They took something from those ruins, or perhaps they left something behind, something that has poisoned this place with its influence. Aldrich watched the wizard's agitation with his characteristic indifference. What does it matter? He asked. Even if you discover the cause, can you truly restore what has been lost? Can you give back to us the capacity to care that we once possessed? It seems a fool's errand, wizard, to chase shadows and ancient relics when the damage is already done. It matters because you and your people deserve to live, truly live, not merely exist as you do now, Gandalf replied, stopping his pacing to look directly at Aldrich. And yes, I believe I can restore what was taken, though it will require discovering exactly what these scholars found and what they did with it. Tell me, is there anyone in the village who might remember more details about these visitors? Someone who spoke with them at greater length, or observed them more closely? Aldrich considered this. Ellen, my wife, prepared meals for them during their stay. She might remember something of their conversations, though like all of us, her memories are clouded by the emptiness. Old Branwyn, who tends the sheep on the hillside, sometimes watches folk coming and going from the ruins. He might have seen what they were doing up there, though whether he would remember or care to share such memories now, I cannot say. Then I shall speak with them come morning, Gandalf said decisively, and I shall climb to the ruins myself, to see what traces these scholars might have left behind. There is something there, Aldrich, something that holds the key to your affliction. I feel it in my bones, in the way the very air seems weighted with wrongness the closer one comes to that ancient hill. Aldrich rose slowly to his feet, preparing to return to the village. You are determined, wizard. I will grant you that. Perhaps there was a time when I would have felt gratitude for your efforts, would have clung to the hope you offer, but that time is gone, and I can muster neither hope nor despair, neither gratitude nor resentment. I wish you well in your search, though I cannot bring myself to care whether you succeed or fail. Come to my house in the morning. Ellen will be there, and she will answer what questions she can, for all the good it may do. With that, Aldrich turned and walked back toward the darkened village, his figure slowly dissolving into the shadows until he was gone from sight. Gandalf remained by the fire, staring up at the looming bulk of Weathertop against the starlit sky. Somewhere up there, among those broken stones and forgotten chambers, lay the answer to this mystery. Something had been disturbed that should have remained at rest, or something had been taken that should have been left alone. Whatever the truth, Gandalf knew that he would not rest until he had uncovered it, and found a way to break the terrible spell that held this village in its grasp. The fire burned low as the night deepened, and Gandalf settled himself beside it, wrapped in his grey cloak. The wizard did not sleep that night, though his body yearned for rest. Instead, he sat in meditation, his mind ranging far and wide, seeking any whisper of knowledge that might illuminate the mystery before him. He thought of the ancient kingdom of Arna, of its glory and its fall, of the long centuries since the realm had been sundered into three and those three had crumbled into ruin. Amon Sul had been one of the great watchtowers of that kingdom, a place of power where one of the Palantiri had been kept, those seeing stones wrought by the elves in the deeps of time. That Palantir was long lost, carried away, and eventually destroyed in the wars that had consumed the North Kingdom. But the tower had been built upon foundations older still, and who could say what other relics might lie hidden in its forgotten chambers? As the first pale light of dawn began to creep across the eastern horizon, painting the sky in shades of pearl and rose, Gandalf rose and tended to Shadowfax. The great horse nickered softly, nuzzling against the wizard's shoulder with an affection that warmed his heart. "At least you remain true, my friend," Gandalf murmured, stroking the horse's silvery mane. "Whatever darkness has touched this place has not reached you, for which I am grateful beyond words." When the sun had fully risen, casting long shadows across the village, Gandalf made his way to Aldrich's house. It was a sturdy dwelling of grey stone with a thatched roof, larger than most in the village, as befitted the headman's status. Smoke rose from the chimney, and through the small windows Gandalf could see the glow of a fire within. He knocked upon the wooden door, and after a moment it opened to reveal a woman of middle years. her dark hair streaked with grey, and her face bearing the same terrible emptiness that afflicted all in this cursed place. "You must be Ellen," Gandalf said gently, removing his hat in a gesture of respect. "Your husband said you might be willing to speak with me about the scholars who visited some months ago." The woman regarded him with dull eyes. "I am Ellen," she confirmed, her voice as flat and lifeless as all the others. "Aldrich said you would come. Enter, if you wish." "I was preparing breakfast, though I can scarcely remember why I bother. We must eat, I suppose, to continue living, though I cannot recall why continuing to live holds any importance." She stepped aside, and Gandalf entered the house. The interior was clean but cheerless, the furniture well made but showing signs of neglect. A pot hung over the fire, its contents bubbling softly, filling the room with the scent of porridge. Aldrich sat at a rough wooden table, staring at nothing in particular, acknowledging Gandalf's entrance with only the slightest nod. Gandalf seated himself at the table and waited while Ellen ladled porridge into wooden bowls. She set one before him, along with a cup of weak ale, then served her husband and herself. They ate in silence, the only sound the scrape of spoons against wood and the crackle of the fire. The porridge was bland but nourishing, and Gandalf found himself grateful for the warmth it brought to his belly, though his companions seemed to derive no pleasure or sustenance from their meal beyond the mechanical satisfaction of hunger. When they had finished, Gandalf turned his attention to Ellen. "I understand you prepared meals for the visitors who came to study the ruins. Can you tell me anything about them? What did they speak of? Did they mention what they sought among the ancient stones?" Ellen set down her spoon with slow, deliberate movements. "They spoke little," she said, her voice carrying no inflection. "The leader, Morven, was courteous enough in his manner, thanking me for the food and offering payment, which I accepted. The others were quieter still, keeping their eyes downcast and speaking only when necessary. They seemed focused, intent upon some purpose, though they did not share its nature with me." "Did you overhear any of their conversations among themselves?" Gandalf pressed gently. Even the smallest detail might prove significant. Ellen's brow furrowed slightly as she searched her memory. "On the second evening," she said slowly, "I brought their supper to the common room where they had taken lodging. They did not realize I was there at first, and I heard fragments of their discussion. Morven was speaking of a chamber, something about a sealed passage that they had discovered. One of the others, a younger man with a scar across his cheek, asked if they should break the seal. Morven said yes, that what they sought lay beyond it, and that the old warnings were merely superstition meant to frighten away the curious." Gandalf felt a chill run through him that had nothing to do with the morning air. "They broke a seal," he said quietly, almost to himself. "They opened something that was meant to remain closed. Did they say anything else? Anything about what they found beyond this seal?" Ellen shook her head. "They noticed me then, and their conversation ceased. When I returned later to collect the dishes, they were packing their belongings, preparing for an early departure. I remember thinking it odd that they should leave in such haste after having expressed intention to stay longer. But I asked no questions. It was not my concern what travellers chose to do, but it should have been," Gandalf thought. Though he kept this reflection to himself, it should have been everyone's concern when strangers tampered with the ancient places of power. Yet how could these simple folk have known what dangers might lurk in the ruins above them? They were not versed in the lore of the elder days, did not understand that some seals are placed not to protect treasures, but to contain evils. "Thank you, Ellen," he said aloud. "You have been most helpful. One final question, if I may. After they departed, did you notice any changes, any strange sensations or disturbances, however subtle?" For the first time, something almost like emotion flickered across Ellen's face. "The night they left," she said, "I had a dream. It was not like ordinary dreams which fade upon waking. This one remained vivid, burned into my memory with perfect clarity. I dreamed that I stood in a vast empty hall, grey and featureless, stretching away in all directions without end. I was calling out, searching for something I had lost, though I could not remember what it was I sought, and from somewhere far away I heard a voice answering me, but its words were in a language I could not understand. When I woke, I felt as though something had been taken from me, though I could not say what. Within days, the emptiness had settled fully upon me, and then upon everyone else." Gandalf nodded slowly, his suspicions growing ever more certain. A dream shared, or perhaps a vision sent forth by whatever force these scholars had released. The mechanism was becoming clearer, though the solution remained shrouded in shadow. He rose from the table, settling his hat upon his head once more. "I must go now to the ruins themselves," he said. "There I hope to find answers to the questions that plague us all. Guard yourselves as best you can, though I know such words ring hollow in your present state." Aldrich looked up at him with those terrible empty eyes. "Do what you will, wizard. We shall endure, for we have no choice in the matter. Whether you succeed or fail, whether we live or die, it is all the same to us now." With those bleak words ringing in his ears, Gandalf departed the house and made his way toward the looming bulk of Weathertop. The path up the hill was steep and rocky, winding between outcroppings of stone and patches of scrub grass. As he climbed, the wizard felt the oppressive weight of the affliction growing stronger, pressing down upon his spirit like a physical burden. It took all his strength and will to resist it, to maintain the fire of purpose that burned within him. He could only imagine how terrible this influence must be for those without his power, without his long experience in resisting the workings of darkness. The ruins themselves crowned the hilltop like a broken crown. Once this had been a mighty tower, rising high above the surrounding lands, its walls strong enough to withstand siege and storm. Now only scattered stones remained, tumbled columns and shattered archways that spoke of ancient glory brought low. Gandalf moved among them carefully, his keen eyes searching for any sign of recent disturbance. It did not take long to find what he sought. On the northern side of the ruins, half hidden by fallen masonry, he discovered a dark opening that led down into the earth. The stones around it had been recently moved, their surfaces showing fresh scrapes and chips where tools had been applied. This was the sealed passage that Ellen had mentioned, now broken open and exposed to the world above. Gandalf stood at the threshold, peering down into the darkness. A cold wind blew up from the depths, carrying with it a scent of age and decay and something else, something that made his skin prickle with warning. He could feel the wrongness emanating from below, a psychic miasma that sought to drain all meaning and purpose from those who approached. So this was the source, the wellspring from which the affliction flowed forth, to poison all within its reach. Drawing upon his power, Gandalf caused the tip of his staff to blaze with light, pushing back the shadows. Then, with a deep breath and a silent prayer to the Valar for strength and wisdom, he began his descent into the depths beneath Amon Sul. The passage was narrow and steep, carved from living rock in ages past by hands long turned to dust. Strange markings covered the walls, warnings in the tongues of Númenor and older languages still, but someone had defaced them, chipping away at the runes as though to nullify their protective power. Down and down he went, the air growing colder and more still with each step. The passage opened at last into a chamber, circular and high-ceilinged, its walls smooth and unmarked, save for a single inscription above a stone doorway at the far end. Gandalf approached this inscription, holding his staff high to illuminate the ancient characters. They were in Quenya, the High Elven tongue, and they read, "Here lies sealed that which feeds upon joy and drinks deep of meaning. Let none open this door lest despair be loosed upon the world." But the door stood open, its seal broken, the stone that had blocked it pushed aside and lying in fragments on the chamber floor. Gandalf stood before the violated threshold, his heart heavy with foreboding. The warning had been clear, written by those who understood the peril contained within, yet greed or curiosity, or simple foolishness, had led the scholars to ignore it. And now an entire village suffered the consequences of that reckless decision. The wizard steeled himself, knowing that he must enter the chamber beyond, must confront whatever dwelt there, if he hoped to find a way to undo the harm that had been done. He stepped through the doorway into darkness so complete that even his staff's light seemed diminished, as though the shadows themselves were hungry and feeding upon illumination. The chamber beyond was larger than the first, its dimensions difficult to judge in the oppressive gloom. As Gandalf's eyes adjusted, he began to make out details. The walls were carved with images, scenes from some ancient tale that the wizard did not immediately recognize. He moved closer, holding his staff near the stone to better illuminate the carvings. They depicted a procession of figures, tall and noble in bearing, wearing crowns and carrying scepters of office. These were the kings of Númenor, Gandalf realized, or perhaps of Arna in its early days when the blood of Westernesse still ran strong in the veins of its rulers. The procession led toward the center of the wall, where a single figure stood apart from the others. This one was smaller, hunched, its features obscured by a hooded cloak. The kings were placing something before this figure, objects of various shapes and sizes, and the figure was consuming them, drawing them into the shadows of its robes. Gandalf traced the carvings with his fingers, reading the story they told. This was a record, he realized, a warning left by those who had first imprisoned the thing that dwelt here. The small, hunched figure was no mere mortal, but something older and darker, something that had existed long before men came to Middle-earth. The kings had not created it, but they had attempted to contain it, to seal it away where it could do no more harm. And in their wisdom, they had chosen this place, this ancient watchtower that stood at the borders of their realm, a monument to vigilance, transformed into a prison for that which preyed upon the human spirit. The carvings continued around the chamber, showing the construction of the seals, the placement of wards, the careful layering of protections meant to last through the ages. But the final panel showed something that made Gandalf's blood run cold. It depicted the chamber in some distant future, the seals broken, the wards failed, and the hunched figure emerging once more into the world, and around it, carved in exquisite and terrible detail, were the faces of men and women twisted in expressions not of pain, but of utter emptiness, their eyes hollow voids, their mouths hanging open in silent testimony to lives rendered meaningless. This was no demon of fire and sword, no creature that killed the body and left the soul to seek its rest. This was something far more insidious, a being that fed upon the very essence of what made life worth living. It consumed joy and meaning, purpose and passion, leaving behind only the husk of existence without any of its savour. And the scholars, in their ignorant meddling, had released it from its long imprisonment. But where was it now? Gandalf turned slowly, examining every corner of the chamber, but he saw no sign of the creature itself. The room appeared empty, save for himself and the oppressive darkness. Yet he could feel its presence, or rather the absence its presence created, like a void in the fabric of reality that drew all warmth and light into itself. It was here, he was certain of it, but not in any form his eyes could perceive. As he stood in contemplation, a sound reached his ears. It was faint at first, barely audible above the whisper of his own breathing, but it grew steadily louder. It was a voice, thin and reedy, speaking in a language so ancient that even Gandalf, with all his long years and accumulated knowledge, could barely comprehend it. But the meaning, if not the words, was clear enough. The voice was asking questions, endless questions, each one designed to strip away another layer of certainty, another foundation of belief. "Why do you seek?" it asked. "What purpose drives you? What meaning do you hope to find? All things pass, all things fade, all things are forgotten in the end. Why struggle against the inevitable? Why cling to hope when hope is nothing but a pleasant delusion? Why value what cannot last? Why love what must die? Why strive when all striving ends in dust?" The questions hammered at Gandalf's mind like waves against a cliff, each one seeking to erode his resolve, to wear away the bedrock of his purpose. He felt the weight of millennia pressing down upon him, the burden of all the struggles he had witnessed, all the failures he had seen, all the good folk who had fought and died and been forgotten by those who came after. What was the point of it all? What had any of it accomplished in the face of the world's vast and terrible indifference? But Gandalf was no ordinary being, no simple mortal who might be overwhelmed by such assault. He was Olorin, one of the Maiar, sent to Middle-earth by powers beyond the circles of the world to stand against the Shadow. He had walked in the gardens of Lorien in the Undying Lands, had spoken with the Valar themselves, had seen the world in its making, and knew the music from which it had been born, and he knew, with a certainty that transcended reason, that meaning was not an illusion, that joy was not a trick of the mind, that the struggle against darkness was not futile. "No," he said, and his voice rang out in the chamber like a bell, clear and strong and filled with defiance. "You are wrong, creature of the depths. You are the delusion, the absence masquerading as substance, the void that seeks to convince all things that they are void as well. But I know you for what you are, and I do not accept your poison words." The voice hissed in response, a sound like steam escaping from a cracked vessel. "You resist," it said, "but you cannot prevail. I am older than the mountains, older than the stars. I was here before the first light was kindled. dwelling in the darkness outside creation. I am the hunger that gnaws at the heart of all things, the whisper that tells you nothing matters, nothing endures, nothing is worth the pain of caring. And I will consume you as I have consumed countless others, until you too are empty and hollow, and know at last the truth of existence." Gandalf planted his staff firmly on the stone floor, and light blazed from it, white and pure, driving back the shadows to the far corners of the chamber. "I am a servant of the secret fire," he declared, "wielder of the flame of Anor. You have no power over me, creature of darkness, for I carry within me the light that was before the world began, and by that light I will see you bound once more, your evil contained, your victims freed from your grasp." The voice shrieked, a sound of rage and pain that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The very walls of the chamber shook, and dust rained down from the ceiling. But Gandalf stood firm, his will unshaken, his purpose clear. He began to speak words of power, ancient formulae taught to him in the far west, words that shaped and commanded the fundamental forces of creation. The light from his staff grew brighter still, filling the chamber with radiance that seemed to burn away the very darkness itself. And then, for just a moment, Gandalf saw it. The creature revealed itself in the intensity of his light, a thing of shadow and emptiness, formless yet somehow possessing form, a writhing mass of negation that existed only to deny existence to all else. It was hideous beyond description, not because of any physical deformity, but because of what it represented, the fundamental wrongness of its being. And Gandalf understood then that this was no natural creature, no product of Melkor's corruption of living things. This was something older still, something that had existed in the void before creation, something that had slipped through when the world was made and had been trying ever since to unmake it. But understanding the nature of his enemy did not immediately grant Gandalf the means to defeat it. The creature was bound to this place by the ancient seals, or had been until they were broken. But it was not simply a matter of rebuilding what had been destroyed. The seals had been crafted by the Númenorians at the height of their power, working with lore that had been given to them by the elves, and that lore was now lost. Gandalf could contain the creature temporarily, could hold it at bay with his own power, but he could not imprison it again without the proper knowledge and tools. The creature seemed to sense his uncertainty, and its voice took on a mocking tone. "You see the futility of your efforts, wizard. You cannot undo what has been done. The seals are broken, the wards are scattered, and I am free once more to feed upon the hopes and dreams of those who dwell nearby. Already I have drained an entire village of their capacity for joy. Soon my reach will extend further, touching all who live in the shadow of this hill. And eventually, given time enough, I will spread across all of Middle-earth, leaving behind only empty shells who go through the motions of life without ever truly living." Gandalf's mind raced, searching for a solution. There had to be a way, some method of restoring the seals, or at least of severing the creature's connection to the village below. He thought of the carvings on the wall, the images of the Númenorian kings placing objects before the creature. Those had not been offerings or sacrifices, he realized, but vessels, containers into which the creature's influence could be channeled and controlled. The creature fed upon meaning and joy, but if those things could be given to it willingly, in measured amounts, it might be satisfied without draining its victims completely. But that would require someone to serve as a conduit, to voluntarily expose themselves to the creature's influence, while maintaining enough strength of will to limit what was taken. It would be a terrible burden, one that would exact a heavy price from whoever accepted it. And yet, Gandalf could see no other option, no other way to protect the villagers, while he sought a more permanent solution. The wizard's thoughts were interrupted by a sound from the passage behind him, the scrape of footsteps on stone. Someone was descending into the chamber, making their slow and careful way down the ancient stairs. Gandalf turned toward the entrance, his staff still blazing with light, prepared for whatever might emerge from the darkness. A figure appeared in the doorway, an old man bent with years, leaning heavily upon a walking stick. His face was weathered like ancient leather, his beard long and white, and his eyes, though touched by the same emptiness that afflicted all the villagers, held a spark of something else, some remnant of will that had not yet been fully extinguished. "You must be Branwen," Gandalf said, recognizing the description Aldrich had given of the old shepherd. What brings you to this dark place? It is dangerous here, more dangerous than you know. The old man shuffled forward, his movements slow but deliberate. I tend my sheep on the hillside, he said, his voice cracked and thin with age. I see all who come and go from these ruins. I saw you climb the hill this morning, wizard, and I saw the light blazing from below the earth. I thought to myself, here is one who seeks what was lost. Here is one who might understand. Understand what? Gandalf asked gently, though he kept his attention divided between the old shepherd and the lurking presence of the creature that filled the chamber with its malevolent emptiness. Branwen moved closer, his eyes fixed not on Gandalf, but on the walls with their ancient carvings. I am old, wizard, he said, old enough to remember stories that others have forgotten. My grandmother, who lived to see more than 90 summers, told me tales of this place that her grandmother had told her. Tales of something sealed beneath the tower, something that the ancient kings had imprisoned here in the days when Arna was still whole and strong. She said it was a mercy and a curse both, that keeping it here protected the wider world, but placed a burden on those who dwelt nearby. Gandalf listened intently, for the lore of common folk often preserved truths that scholars had lost in their dusty books. What else did she tell you, Branwen? What did she say about the nature of this thing? The old shepherd leaned upon his stick, his gaze distant as he searched through memories worn smooth by the passage of years. She said it was a hunger that could never be satisfied, a thirst that could never be quenched. It fed upon what made people human, she said, upon their loves and their hopes, their dreams and their purposes. But she also said that the ancient kings had learned to feed it in a way that kept it contained, that kept it from spreading its influence beyond these hills. They would send men here, volunteers who understood the sacrifice they made, and these men would offer themselves as vessels. They would spend time in the presence of the creature, allowing it to feed upon their joy in measured amounts, and in doing so they would prevent it from reaching out to drain whole communities. This confirmed what Gandalf had begun to suspect, but it also presented new questions. And what became of these volunteers? He asked. What price did they pay for their service? They grew old before their time, Branwen replied, and there was a sadness in his voice that penetrated even the deadening influence of the creature, not in body, but in spirit. They lost the capacity to feel deeply, to care passionately, to find meaning in the simple joys of life. But they did so knowingly, willingly, understanding that their sacrifice protected others, and when they could bear no more, they were released, and others took their place. It was a tradition that lasted for generations, until the kingdom fell, and the knowledge was lost, and the seals were left to hold on their own. But seals, however strong, do not last forever, Gandalf said quietly, especially when there are those foolish enough to break them open in search of treasure or knowledge. The creature seized upon this, its voice hissing through the chamber like wind through a cracked tomb. Yes, it said, the seals weakened over the long years, and I grew stronger in my prison, waiting for the day when someone would free me. And now, I am loose once more, and there is no one who remembers the old ways, no one who can bind me as I was bound before. The wizard knows this. He sees the truth of his helplessness. Gandalf's jaw tightened, but he did not respond to the creature's taunts. Instead, he turned to Branwen with a question that weighed heavily upon his heart. You know what I am thinking, Old One. You know what must be done if the village is to be saved, if this evil is to be contained until a more permanent solution can be found. Are you offering yourself as that vessel? Branwen met his gaze, and for the first time since entering the chamber, something like emotion flickered across his weathered face. I am old, wizard, he repeated. My wife is long dead, my children grown and gone to other lands. The emptiness has already taken most of what I valued in life. What remains is but a shadow of what I once was. If my sacrifice can save others, if it can prevent this horror from spreading beyond these hills, then yes, I offer myself willingly. The creature's voice rose in something that might have been surprise or perhaps dark amusement. A volunteer, it said. How unexpected. How delicious. Very well, old man. Come forward, and let me feast upon what little remains of your hope and meaning. Let me drink deep of your dwindling years, and see if you have the strength to contain me as your ancestors once did. Gandalf placed a hand on Branwen's shoulder, staying him. Wait, he said. This is not a decision to be made lightly or in haste. You understand what you are offering? This creature will feed upon you slowly, draining away your capacity for joy, for purpose, for everything that makes existence worthwhile. You will live, but you will not truly be alive, and I cannot promise that I will find a way to free you from this burden, or that the sacrifice you make will lead to anything more than a temporary respite. The old shepherd smiled then, a sad, gentle expression that held a wisdom born of long years and hard experience. I am a shepherd, wizard. I have spent my life caring for foolish sheep who cannot care for themselves, protecting them from wolves and weather and their own stupidity. What is this but a final act of shepherding, protecting my flock one last time? I have no illusions about what awaits me. I know I will not emerge from this unchanged or whole, but I also know that if I do nothing, the emptiness will spread, and all I have known and loved in this world will be consumed by the same horror that has already diminished me. Gandalf felt a profound respect for this simple man who stood before him, offering himself as a sacrifice without hesitation or complaint. There was a nobility in Branwen that rivaled the greatest heroes Gandalf had known in his long sojourn in Middle-earth. A quiet courage that needed no songs or tales to validate it. "Very well," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "But you will not face this alone, Branwen. I will remain here with you, and I will place upon you such protections as I am able. The creature will feed, yes, but I will ensure it takes no more than is necessary, and I will work without ceasing to find a way to restore the ancient seals and release you from this burden." The old shepherd nodded his acceptance, then moved forward to stand in the center of the chamber. Gandalf took up a position beside him, raising his staff high so that its light filled the entire space, driving back the shadows to the uttermost corners. Then he began to speak, his voice resonating with power as he wove a web of protection around Branwen, layer upon layer of spells and wards drawn from the deep lore of the elves and the secret knowledge granted to the Astari. As he worked, the creature stirred, its formless presence gathering itself like a storm cloud preparing to break. Gandalf could feel its hunger, vast and terrible and utterly inhuman, a hunger that had existed since before the world was made and would exist until the world's ending. It was the hunger of the void itself, the desire of nothingness to unmake all that had been made, to return everything to the primal darkness from which creation had emerged. But Gandalf's protections held, channeling the creature's influence into narrow pathways that led only to Branwen, and even then only in controlled amounts. The old shepherd gasped as the first touch of the creature's power reached him, his face going pale and his body trembling. Gandalf could see the light fading from his eyes, the vitality draining from his features like water from a cracked vessel. But Branwen stood firm, his jaw set with determination, accepting the burden he had chosen to bear. Hours passed in that chamber beneath the earth, hours during which Gandalf maintained his vigil, and Branwen endured his torment. The wizard could feel the strain of holding back the creature's full power, of keeping it contained and controlled. His staff grew hot in his hand, and sweat beaded on his brow despite the chamber's chill. But he did not waver, did not allow his concentration to slip even for a moment, for he knew that any lapse would result in Branwen's complete destruction. At last, as his strength began to flag, Gandalf felt something shift. The creature, having been fed, having tasted the joy and meaning it craved, began to settle into a kind of torpor. Its hunger was not satisfied, could never be truly satisfied, but it was sated enough to withdraw its immediate predation. The pressure in the chamber eased, and the oppressive darkness retreated to a tolerable level. Gandalf lowered his staff, breathing heavily from the exertion. Branwen slumped against the wall, his face ashen and his eyes now fully empty of all vitality. He looked like a man who had aged 50 years in the span of a few hours, his spirit hollowed out and left barren. But he was alive, and more importantly, Gandalf could sense that the village below was already beginning to recover. The creature's attention was focused now on Branwen alone, drawing sustenance from his willing sacrifice, rather than spreading its influence across the wider community. "It is done," Gandalf said quietly, kneeling beside the old shepherd. "You have saved them, Branwen. The villagers will wake tomorrow and find that the emptiness has lifted, that they can feel again, can hope and love and find meaning in their lives once more. They will not know what you have done for them, will not understand the price you have paid, but it will be no less real for that." Branwen's lips moved, forming words that came out as barely a whisper. "Good," he said. "That is good. I am content." But Gandalf was not content, could not be content, knowing that this brave soul now suffered in place of many. The wizard helped Branwen to his feet, supporting the old shepherd as they made their slow way back up the passage toward the light of day. Each step seemed to cost Branwen tremendous effort, as though the weight of his sacrifice pressed down upon him like a physical burden. His breathing was laboured, and his eyes stared straight ahead with that terrible emptiness that Gandalf had seen in all the other villages. Yet there was a difference. Where the others had been claimed by the emptiness against their will, Branwen had chosen it, had walked into it with open eyes and willing heart, and that choice, however terrible its consequences, carried its own form of dignity. When they emerged at last into the daylight, the sun was already past its zenith, beginning its slow descent toward the western horizon. The fresh air and warmth should have been a relief after the oppressive atmosphere of the chamber below, but Branwen showed no reaction to the change, no pleasure in the touch of sunlight on his face or the breeze that stirred his white hair. He simply stood, vacant and unresponsive, waiting for Gandalf to direct him. "Come," Gandalf said gently, taking the old man's arm. "We must get you somewhere you can rest. Your body needs food and water, even if you can no longer taste their comfort." He led Branwen down the hillside, their progress slow and halting. As they descended, Gandalf noticed a change in the atmosphere of the village below, where before the air had seemed thick and heavy with the weight of the affliction, now there was a lightness, a sense of something lifting like fog burned away by morning sun. Even from a distance, he could hear sounds that had been absent during his previous visit. The laughter of children at play, the ring of a hammer on anvil, the cheerful calling of neighbours to one another across the small square. The creature's influence had indeed withdrawn, focusing now on Branwen alone rather than spreading its poison across the entire community. Gandalf felt a grim satisfaction at this, even as his heart ached for the price that had been paid. One life diminished so that many might flourish. It was the arithmetic of sacrifice that he had seen played out countless times across the long ages of Middle-earth, and it never became easier to accept. As they reached the outskirts of the village, people began to notice their approach. Aldrich was the first to come running, his face transformed by an expression that Gandalf had not seen there before. Joy, relief. The headman's eyes were bright with tears as he looked from Gandalf to Branwen and back again. "Wizard," he cried, "something has changed. We can feel again. It is like waking from a terrible dream into the blessed light of morning. Whatever you did up there in the ruins, it has worked. The emptiness is gone, lifted from us as though it had never been." Gandalf's expression was somber. "Not gone, Aldrich. Merely transferred. The burden you all bore has been taken up by one among you who chose to carry it alone." Aldrich's gaze fell upon Branwen, and understanding dawned in his eyes. His joy dimmed, replaced by a complex mixture of gratitude and grief and guilt. "Old Branwen," he whispered, "he has saved us all." Others were gathering now, drawn by the commotion. Ellen arrived, her face alight with an animation that had been absent the previous day. She looked at her husband with eyes that saw him truly for the first time in months, and the love there was almost painful to witness. Behind her came more villagers, men and women and children, all of them bearing the marks of people who had just emerged from a long darkness into light. They saw Branwen standing empty and hollow among them, and slowly they began to understand what had transpired. A murmur ran through the crowd, a sound of sorrow mixed with gratitude. Several moved forward as if to speak to Branwen, to thank him for his sacrifice. But Gandalf raised a hand to stay them. "Leave him be," he said quietly. "He has given all he has to give. What remains needs rest and peace, not the burden of your thanks, however well meant." Aldrich nodded, taking charge with the natural authority of a leader. "Come," he said to the assembled villagers, "let us prepare a place for Branwen, somewhere comfortable where he can be cared for. And let us not forget what he has done for us, even as we rejoice in our own deliverance." The crowd dispersed slowly, many casting backward glances at the old shepherd who stood motionless and vacant in their midst. Gandalf remained with Branwen, while Aldrich and Ellen prepared a room in their own house, bringing blankets and cushions to make a comfortable bed. When all was ready, the wizard led Branwen inside and settled him in the chair by the hearth. The old man sat where he was placed, staring at nothing, responding to nothing, a living shell from which the essential spark had been drained away. Gandalf knelt before him, looking into those empty eyes with profound sadness. "I will find a way to free you," he promised, though he did not know if Branwen could hear or understand him. "I will search out the scholars who caused this calamity and wrest from them whatever knowledge they possess. I will delve into the ancient lore and find the means to restore the seals. You will not bear this burden forever, Branwen. This I swear to you." If Branwen heard, he gave no sign. He simply sat, breathing in and out, existing without truly living, a monument to courage and sacrifice that would never be recorded in any chronicle or celebrated in any song. Gandalf rose and turned to Aldrich and Ellen, who stood in the doorway watching with troubled faces. "He will need care," the wizard said. "Food and water, though he will take no pleasure in them. Comfort and shelter, though he will not appreciate their provision. And most of all, he will need to be kept away from the ruins. The creature's influence on him is strongest there, and I have placed wards to prevent him from being drawn back into its presence. But vigilance must be maintained. We will watch over him," Ellen promised, her voice thick with emotion. "It is the least we can do for one who gave everything for our sake." Gandalf nodded, satisfied that Branwen would be well tended. Then he turned his attention to the larger task that lay before him. "I must leave you now," he said. "The scholars who broke the seal and released this evil must be found and brought to account. They may possess knowledge crucial to undoing what they have wrought, and I must consult with others wiser than I, seek counsel from those who remember the elder days and might know how the ancient seals were crafted." Aldrich stepped forward. "Is there anything we can do to aid you in this quest?" Gandalf considered this. "Yes," he said. "Send word to Bree, to the prancing pony. There is a man there, a ranger who goes by many names, who keeps watch over these lands. Tell him what has transpired here, and ask him to send word to his kindred. If these scholars travelled south from here, the Dúnedain may have word of their movements. Every scrap of information may prove vital." "It will be done," Aldrich assured him. "And wizard, before you go, accept our gratitude. We know that Branwen's sacrifice was necessary, but it was your wisdom that made it possible, your power that contained the evil and prevented it from spreading further. We are in your debt." Gandalf shook his head. "I am a servant, nothing more. I do what I was sent to Middle-earth to do. If thanks are owed, give them to the Valar who sent me, or to Branwen who paid the price for your deliverance. As for myself, I have done only what duty demanded, and my work is far from finished." He spent the rest of that day in the village, observing the recovery of its people with a careful eye. The change was remarkable. Where before there had been only empty husks going through the motions of life, now there were human beings in all their complexity and vitality. Mothers cradled their children with genuine tenderness. Craftsmen worked at their trades with renewed pride. Neighbors shared gossip and laughter, rebuilding the social bonds that the emptiness had corroded. Even the landscape seemed brighter, the colors more vivid, as though the lifting of the curse had cleared a film from everyone's vision. Yet Gandalf could not fully share in their joy, for he knew the fragility of their deliverance. Branwen's sacrifice had bought them time, nothing more. If the creature could not be properly sealed again, if a permanent solution could not be found, then eventually Branwen would be consumed entirely, and the emptiness would spread once more. And the wizard could not be certain how long the old shepherd's spirit would endure under such relentless predation. Days, weeks, months? There was no way to know. As evening fell, and the villagers gathered for a communal meal in the square, celebrating their recovery with a feast of simple fare made precious by their renewed capacity to appreciate it, Gandalf stood apart, his mind already racing ahead to the challenges that awaited him. He would need to travel swiftly if he hoped to catch the scholars before they disappeared into the wide world. He would need to seek audience with Elrond in Rivendell, for if anyone possessed knowledge of Númenorian sealing craft, it would be the Lord of Imladris who had lived through those days and counselled the kings of old. And he would need to be prepared for the possibility that no solution existed, that Branwen's sacrifice might prove to be in vain. That night, Gandalf made his camp once more at the base of Weathertop, looking up at the dark bulk of the hill against the star-strewn sky. He could feel the creature down there in its chamber, torpid and sated for now, but never sleeping, never resting, waiting with the patience of aeons for its next opportunity to feed. The wards he had placed would hold, he was confident of that, but they were not a permanent solution. They were a bandage on a wound that required surgery, a temporary dam holding back a flood that would eventually break through. He thought of Branwen, sitting in Aldrich's house with empty eyes and an emptier heart, a living sacrifice to protect those he loved. There was a heroism in that which moved Gandalf deeply, a selflessness that reminded him of why he had come to Middle-earth in the first place, why he endured the limitations of mortal flesh and the weight of the world's sorrows. It was for people like Branwen, simple folk who possessed a nobility of spirit that no crown or title could confer, that the fight against darkness was worthwhile. As he sat in contemplation, Shadowfax came and stood beside him, the great horse's presence a comfort in the lonely night. Dawn came cold and grey to the weather hills, bringing with it a mist that clung to the hollows and valleys like wool caught on thorns. Gandalf rose from his vigil stiff and weary, but there was no time to rest. Every moment he delayed was another moment that Branwen suffered alone in his terrible emptiness, another moment that brought the old shepherd closer to the point where even sacrifice could sustain him no longer. The wizard broke his fast with simple fare from his pack, tended briefly to Shadowfax, and then set forth upon the road that led south toward Bree. The great horse seemed to sense the urgency of their mission, for he moved with a swift and steady gait that ate up the miles with remarkable speed. The landscape passed in a blur of autumn colours, gold and russet and brown, the trees already beginning to shed their leaves in preparation for winter's approach. Gandalf's mind was far from the beauty of the season, however. He was thinking of the scholars, trying to piece together what little he knew of them into some pattern that might reveal their destination or purpose. They had claimed to be from Tharbad, that ancient crossing place on the Grey Flood, where once the Great Road had carried travellers between the North and South Kingdoms. But Tharbad was a shadow of its former self now, its bridges broken and its walls crumbled, inhabited by only a handful of stubborn souls who clung to the memory of past glory. Would scholars truly hail from such a place? Or was it merely a convenient lie? And what had driven them to seek out the sealed chamber beneath Weathertop? How had they even known of its existence when such knowledge had been lost for centuries? These questions turned over and over in Gandalf's mind as Shadowfax carried him southward. By midday they had reached the Great East Road, that ancient highway which stretched from the Grey Havens in the west to the valleys beyond the Misty Mountains in the east. Here the wizard paused, considering his options. He could continue directly to Bree and seek word of the scholars there, or he could turn east toward Rivendell and consult with Elrond before pursuing his quarry. Time pressed upon him from all sides, demanding haste, yet offering no clear path. In the end, Gandalf chose Bree. The scholars had only days of lead time, and if he was fortunate, they might have left some trace of their passage through that busy crossroads. Once he had gathered what intelligence he could there, he would decide whether to pursue them directly or first seek Elrond's counsel. It was a compromise born of necessity, and the wizard prayed to the Valar that it would prove to be the right choice. Bree appeared on the horizon as the sun began its descent toward the western hills, the town's wooden palisade and clustered buildings a welcome sight after long miles of empty road. Smoke rose from many chimneys, and Gandalf could hear the faint sounds of daily life drifting across the fields, the barking of dogs and the lowing of cattle, the voices of men calling to one another as they went about their evening tasks. It was a scene of peaceful normalcy that stood in stark contrast to the horrors he had witnessed in Weathertop Village, and it reminded him of what was at stake should the creature ever break free of its containment. He rode through the western gate as the shadows lengthened, acknowledging the greeting of the gatekeeper with a nod, but not pausing to exchange pleasantries. His destination was the Prancing Pony, that ancient inn which had stood at the crossroads for more years than most men could remember, serving as a gathering place for travellers from all corners of Eriador. If anyone had word of the scholars, it would be Barlaman Butterbur, the inn's proprietor, whose ears were ever attuned to the gossip and news that passed through his establishment. The Prancing Pony was already busy when Gandalf arrived, its common room filled with the warm glow of firelight and the cheerful hubbub of voices raised in conversation and laughter. Gandalf made his way to the bar where Barlaman himself was drawing pints of ale with practiced efficiency, his round face flushed from the heat and his apron showing the stains of a full day's work. Barlaman, Gandalf called out, and the innkeeper's head snapped up at the sound of his name. His eyes widened when he recognized the wizard, and a smile of genuine pleasure spread across his features. "Gandalf, as I live and breathe," Barlaman exclaimed, setting down his pitcher and coming around the bar to grasp the wizard's hand. "It's been too long since you've darkened my door. What brings you to Bree? Not trouble, I hope, though I know you have a way of finding it wherever you go." Gandalf returned the greeting warmly, but his expression remained serious. "I seek information, Barlaman. Word of 4 travelers who may have passed through here some months ago, 3 men and a woman, claiming to be scholars from the south. They would have been traveling from the direction of Weathertop, and they may have been carrying items of some weight and value." Barlaman's brow furrowed in concentration, his eyes taking on the distant look of one searching through memory. 4 travelers, you say? Scholars? Well now, let me think. We get all manner of folk through here, as you know, and it's hard to keep them all straight in my head. But yes, I do recall a group matching that description. It would have been back in early summer, I think, or maybe late spring. They stayed here for 2 nights, kept to themselves mostly, didn't mix much with the other guests. Can you describe them? Gandalf pressed. Anything you remember might prove important. The innkeeper scratched his head, dislodging his cap slightly. The leader was a tall, thin fellow, dark-haired and sharp-featured, with eyes that never seemed to settle on anything for long. He gave his name as Morven, or something like that. Paid in silver and asked no questions, which suited me fine. The others were less memorable, to be honest. 2 younger men, one with a scar on his cheek, and a woman who kept her hood up most of the time. They carried packs that looked heavy, and they were careful with them, never letting them out of sight. Did they say where they were going? What their purpose was? Barlaman shook his head. They weren't the talkative sort, not like most travelers who are happy to share their stories over a pint or 2. When I asked about their business, just making conversation, you understand, the leader said something about seeking old manuscripts, historical records from the days of Arna. He said they were bound for Fornost eventually, to search the ruins there for documents that might have survived the fall of the kingdom. Fornost, Gandalf murmured, his mind racing. The ancient capital of Arthedain, last of the 3 kingdoms that had been carved from Arna's corpse. It made a certain kind of sense. If these scholars were seeking knowledge of the Old Kingdom, Fornost would be a logical destination. But whether they had actually gone there, or merely claimed to be going there, was another question entirely. "Is there anything else you remember?" Gandalf asked. Any detail, however small, might be significant. Barlaman thought for a moment longer, then his expression brightened. "There was one odd thing, now that you mention it. On their second night here, I overheard the scarred fellow arguing with one of the others. He was saying something about how they shouldn't have taken it, that it was too dangerous, that they didn't understand what they were dealing with. The leader shut him up pretty quick, told him to keep his voice down and stop being foolish. I thought it was strange at the time, but I didn't pry. It's not my business what guests choose to quarrel about, so long as they pay their bill and don't break the furniture." This was important information, confirmation that the scholars had indeed taken something from the chamber, and that at least one of them had doubts about the wisdom of that action. Gandalf felt a surge of hope. If one of the group was wavering, uncertain of their course, he might be persuaded to cooperate, to share what he knew of the artifact and its properties. "Thank you, Barlaman," Gandalf said warmly. "You have been more helpful than you know. Now, is there anyone else in Bree who might have had dealings with these travelers? Anyone who might have observed where they went when they departed?" The innkeeper considered this. "You could try speaking with Old Fernie, who keeps watch at the south gate. He's the sort who notices everyone coming and going, though whether he'll remember anything useful is anyone's guess. And there's a ranger who's been through here recently, one of the Dunedain who wander the wild lands. He might have word of travelers on the roads, if you can find him." "Where might I find this ranger?" Gandalf asked. Barlaman shrugged. "They come and go as they please, those fellows. But he said he'd be back through Bree in a few days' time. If you're planning to stay, you might cross paths with him." Gandalf shook his head. "I cannot wait days. Every moment matters in this business. But if you see him, tell him that Mithrandir seeks word of 4 travelers who passed through in the spring, heading south from Weathertop. Tell him it is a matter of great urgency, and that he should send word to me in Rivendell if he learns anything of their whereabouts." "I'll pass the message along," Barlaman promised. "Now, can I offer you a room for the night? You look like you could use a proper bed and a hot meal." Gandalf was tempted, for he was indeed weary from the day's long ride and the strain of the previous day's confrontation with the creature. But time was not his ally in this matter, and he could not afford the luxury of rest when Branwen suffered, and the scholars drew further away with each passing hour. "Thank you, my friend, but I must decline," he said. "I will purchase provisions for the road and then continue on my way. There is too much at stake to delay." Barlaam looked disappointed, but nodded his understanding. He busied himself preparing a pack of travel fare, bread and cheese and dried meat, while Gandalf settled his account and prepared to depart. As the wizard was gathering his things, a thought occurred to him. "Barlaam," he said, "one more question. Did these scholars have any interaction with the local people? Did they ask questions of anyone besides yourself?" The innkeeper paused in his work. "Now that you mention it, yes. The leader spent some time talking with Harry Goatleaf one evening. Harry knows all the old stories and legends of these parts. Loves to bend anyone's ear who'll listen. I saw them sitting together in the corner for quite a while, with Morven asking questions and Harry holding forth like he was a proper scholar himself." "Where can I find Harry Goatleaf?" Gandalf asked, feeling that this might be the lead he needed. "He'll be at home at this hour," Barlaam said. "Lives in a cottage on the eastern edge of town near the old mill. Can't miss it. There's a painted sign of a goat above the door." Gandalf thanked the innkeeper once more and made his way through the darkening streets of Bree to the eastern quarter. The cottage was easily found, just as Barlaam had said, and light shone from its windows suggesting that its occupant was indeed at home. Gandalf knocked firmly on the door, and after a moment it opened to reveal a man of middle years, with a weathered face and keen eyes that studied the wizard with open curiosity. "Harry Goatleaf?" Gandalf asked. "The same," the man replied. "And you'd be Gandalf the Grey, if I'm not mistaken. I've heard tales of you, wizard. What brings you to my door on this chill evening?" "Information," Gandalf said, simply. Harry Goatleaf stepped aside, gesturing for Gandalf to enter his modest dwelling. The interior was cluttered but comfortable, filled with the accumulated possessions of a life spent in one place. Shelves lined the walls, sagging under the weight of books and scrolls and loose papers covered in spidery handwriting. A fire burned cheerfully in the hearth, and two worn chairs sat before it, positioned for companionable conversation. The whole place had the air of a scholar's retreat, albeit one belonging to a scholar of humble means and informal education. "Sit, sit," Harry said, moving a stack of papers from one of the chairs to make room for his guest. "I don't get many visitors these days, especially not ones of your stature. Can I offer you some tea? Or perhaps something stronger? I have a bottle of decent brandy that I've been saving for special occasions." "Tea would be most welcome," Gandalf said, settling himself into the offered chair with a grateful sigh. It had been a long day, and the warmth of the fire was a blessed relief. Harry busied himself with kettle and cups, all the while casting curious glances at the wizard. When the tea was prepared and both men held steaming cups in their hands, Gandalf began his questioning. "I understand you spoke with a group of travelers some months ago," he said. "4 people who called themselves scholars, led by a man named Morven. Can you tell me what you discussed with them?" Harry's eyes lit up with the eagerness of someone who loves to talk about his passions. "Ah, yes. I remember them well. The leader was particularly interested in the old tales, the legends of Arna, and the kingdoms that came before. He had read widely, I could tell, new things that even I had only encountered in the most obscure texts. We had quite a fascinating conversation about the Palantiri, the seeing stones of old, and the various places where they were kept. Did he ask about Weathertop specifically? About Amon Sul and what might be hidden there?" Harry nodded enthusiastically. He did indeed. He wanted to know everything I could tell him about the watchtower, about its construction and its history, about what had become of it after the fall of Arthedain. I told him what I knew, which was considerable. You see, my grandfather's grandfather was a stonemason who worked on some of the restoration efforts in the Old Kingdom, back when there were still kings in the north who cared about such things. The stories were passed down in my family, details that never made it into the official histories. "What sorts of details?" Gandalf asked, leaning forward with interest. "Well," Harry said, settling back in his chair with the satisfaction of a storyteller who knows he has a captive audience, "most people know that Amon Sul was built to house one of the Palantiri, and that the stone was lost when the tower was destroyed in the wars with Angmar. But what few people know is that the tower had chambers beneath it, deep chambers carved into the living rock of the hill. These weren't just storage rooms or dungeons, mind you. They were special chambers, built for special purposes. Harry paused to sip his tea, clearly enjoying the building suspense. Gandalf waited patiently, though his mind was racing ahead, connecting pieces of the puzzle that were beginning to form a clearer picture. The kings of Arna, Harry continued, encountered many strange things in their wars against the Witch King and his servants. Not all of those things could be destroyed, you see. Some were too powerful, too ancient, too deeply woven into the fabric of the world to be unmade by any craft of men. So instead, they sealed them away, built prisons for them using lore taught to them by the elves. And Amon Sul, being one of the great strongholds of the kingdom, was chosen as the site for several of these prisons. "Did you tell Morven this?" Gandalf asked, though he already knew the answer. "I did," Harry said, and for the first time a shadow of doubt crossed his face. He seemed so interested, so scholarly in his questions. I had no reason to think he meant any harm. He said he was researching the fate of Arnor's treasures, trying to locate items that might have been preserved through the long years. I thought I was helping preserve history, keeping the old knowledge alive. Was I wrong to speak so freely? "You could not have known," Gandalf said gently, though his heart was heavy with the knowledge of what Harry's innocent scholarship had enabled. These were clever people, skilled at presenting themselves as harmless seekers of knowledge. But tell me, did Morven ask about any specific chamber? Any particular thing that might be sealed beneath the tower? Harry's expression grew troubled. He did ask about one chamber in particular. He had heard rumours, he said, of a seal placed during the reign of Aranarth, the first chieftain of the Dunedain after the kingdom fell. The chamber was said to contain something from an even earlier time, something that the Númenorians themselves had sealed away when they first came to Middle-earth. Morven wanted to know if I had any information about what was sealed there, or how the seal might be opened. And did you? Gandalf's voice was quiet, but intense. "I told him what little I knew," Harry said, and now his face was pale with dawning realization of what he might have done. The old texts spoke of it only in vague terms, calling it the Devourer of Joy, the emptiness that walks, the Hollow King. They said it was a thing from before the world was made, something that had slipped through the cracks when Arda was sung into being. The Númenorians found it in the ruins of Beleriand after the War of Wrath, already sealed in a prison made by the elves of the First Age. They brought it north with them when they established their kingdoms in exile, and eventually it was placed beneath Amon Sul, where it could be watched and guarded. Gandalf closed his eyes, feeling the weight of confirmation settle upon him. So Morven had known exactly what he was seeking, had come to Weathertop armed with knowledge gleaned from this good-hearted but unwitting accomplice. The scholar had not stumbled upon the sealed chamber by accident. He had gone there specifically to find it, to break it open, to take what lay within. "Did Morven say why he wanted this information?" Gandalf asked. "Did he give any indication of what he planned to do with it?" Harry shook his head miserably. He said only that he wished to verify the old tales, to see if the legends had any basis in truth. He spoke like a true scholar, interested in knowledge for its own sake. I never imagined he would actually try to open such a seal, to tamper with something so dangerous. Wizard, have I done something terrible? Have my loose words brought harm to innocent people? Gandalf reached out and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You are not to blame for this," he said firmly. "You shared knowledge freely, as a scholar should. It is Morven and his companions who bear the guilt for what they have done with that knowledge. But now, you can help set things right. Tell me everything else you remember about your conversation with him. Every detail might be important." Harry gathered his thoughts, his face lined with concentration and guilt. He asked about the seals themselves, about how they were constructed. I told him that according to the old texts, the seals were not merely physical barriers but spiritual ones as well, woven from words of power and sustained by the will of those who had crafted them. I explained that breaking such seals required not just physical force, but also an understanding of the principles upon which they were built. "Did you tell him how to break them?" Gandalf's voice carried an edge of urgency now. "No," Harry said quickly. "I didn't know how, and I told him as much. But I did mention that the old text spoke of keys, certain objects or words that could undo the bindings. I said that such keys were usually hidden or destroyed to prevent exactly the sort of tampering he was contemplating. Though of course I didn't realize that was his intention at the time. These keys, Gandalf pressed, did the texts describe what form they might take?" Harry rose and went to one of his shelves, pulling down a leather-bound volume thick with age and handling. He flipped through it until he found the passage he sought, then brought it to Gandalf. "Here," he said, pointing to a section of faded script. "This is a copy of a document from the Archives of Fornost, transcribed before the city fell. It speaks of the seals beneath Amon Sul." Gandalf read the passage carefully, his lips moving silently as he translated the archaic Westron. The text confirmed much of what Harry had said, but it also contained new information. The seals could be opened by 3 methods, it said. First, by the direct command of a king of Arna, spoken in the High Tongue and accompanied by the appropriate royal signet. Second, by the slow erosion of time and the weakening of the spiritual wards that sustained them. And third, by the use of a counterseal, an object crafted specifically to undo the bindings. "Did Morven see this text?" Gandalf asked. "He did," Harry admitted. "I showed it to him, thinking it was merely academic interest. He spent a long time studying it, copying parts of it into his own journal. Wizard, you must believe me. I never meant to help him do harm." "I believe you," Gandalf said, though his mind was elsewhere, working through the implications of what he had learned. If Morven had used a counterseal to open the chamber, then he must have obtained such an object somehow. But where? The text suggested that counterseals were rare and closely guarded, not the sort of thing one could simply purchase in a market or find lying about in ruins. Unless, Gandalf thought, Morven had found one in another of the sealed chambers. Perhaps his visit to Weathertop had not been his first such expedition. Perhaps he had been opening seals all across the north, collecting the dangerous relics within, building towards some greater purpose that only he understood. "Harry," Gandalf said urgently, "did Morven mention visiting any other ruins? Any other sites associated with ancient Arna?" The local man thought for a moment. "He mentioned Fornost, as I said, claiming he intended to search the ruins there. But he also spoke of having travelled from the south, and he mentioned the Barrow Downs in passing, though he didn't elaborate." "Why do you ask?" "Because if Morven has been systematically opening seals and releasing ancient evils, then Weathertop may not be the only place suffering from his actions," Gandalf said grimly. "And if he continues unchecked, the consequences could be catastrophic." Harry's face had gone pale. "What can be done? Is there any way to stop him, to undo what he has done?" Gandalf stood, his decision made. "I must pursue him," he said. "But first I need to send word to those who can help contain the damage he has already caused. Harry, do you have paper and ink? I must write letters that need to be carried swiftly." Of course," Harry said, hurrying to fetch writing materials. Gandalf settled himself at the cluttered table and began to write with swift, decisive strokes. The first letter was to Elrond in Rivendell, explaining what had transpired at Weathertop and begging his aid in researching how the ancient seals might be restored. The second was to the Rangers of the North, asking them to search for any other sites where seals might have been broken, to watch for signs of the emptiness spreading in other regions. When the letters were completed and sealed, Gandalf handed them to Harry, along with a small leather pouch. "See that these are sent by the swiftest riders available," he said. "The first must reach Rivendell within 3 days if possible." Harry took the letters with trembling hands, his face still pale with the guilt of his unwitting complicity. "It will be done, wizard. I swear it. And if there is anything else I can do to make amends for the harm I have caused, you have only to ask." Gandalf placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. "You have already helped more than you know," he said kindly. "The knowledge you have shared may prove vital to undoing Morven's work. Do not burden yourself with guilt for sharing learning freely. That is the proper work of scholars. It is those who twist knowledge to dark purposes who bear the blame." With that, Gandalf took his leave, stepping out into the cold night air of Bree. The streets were mostly empty now, the sensible folk of the town having retired to their beds. Only a few late travellers hurried past, their collars turned up against the chill wind that blew down from the north. Gandalf made his way back to where he had left Shadowfax, finding the great horse waiting patiently in the stable yard of the prancing pony. "We ride through the night, my friend," Gandalf said softly, stroking the horse's silvery mane. "The trail grows colder with every hour we delay, and I fear what Morven might do if he reaches his destination unchallenged." Shadowfax nickered softly in response, and Gandalf sensed the horse's understanding and agreement. He mounted swiftly, and together they rode out through Bree's southern gate, leaving the lights of the town behind as they plunged into the darkness of the wild lands beyond. The road to Fornost led north and west, skirting the edges of the Barrow Downs before turning northward into the old heartland of Arthedain. It was a journey of several days even for Shadowfax, but Gandalf was determined to make it in less. The night was clear and cold, the stars burning with brilliant intensity in the sky above. Gandalf found himself thinking of Branwen as he rode, the old shepherd who even now sat empty and hollow in Aldrich's house, bearing a burden that should never have fallen to him. How long could the old man endure such an existence? Days? Weeks? And what would happen when his strength finally failed? When the creature's hunger overwhelmed even his willing sacrifice? Would the emptiness spread once more, claiming the village that had so briefly tasted freedom? These dark thoughts accompanied Gandalf through the long hours of the night. Shadowfax ran tirelessly, his hooves drumming a steady rhythm against the ancient stones of the road. They passed through sleeping villages and deserted farmsteads, past standing stones that marked forgotten graves and ruined towers that had once guarded the kingdom's borders. All around them, the land bore the scars of Arnor's fall, monuments to a glory that had faded and could never be fully restored. Dawn found them approaching the Barrow Downs, that eerie landscape of grass-covered burial mounds where the kings and princes of old had been laid to rest in ages past. Gandalf slowed Shadowfax to a walk as they entered that haunted realm, for the Downs were perilous even in daylight, and he had no wish to stumble into one of the many dangers that lurked among the ancient tombs. The mist lay thick upon the ground here, swirling around the barrows in patterns that seemed almost purposeful, almost alive. As they picked their way carefully through the maze of mounds, Gandalf became aware of a wrongness in the air, a spiritual taint that reminded him uncomfortably of what he had felt beneath Weathertop. His hand tightened on his staff, and he brought Shadowfax to a complete halt, extending his senses outward to probe the source of this disturbance. There, to the west, perhaps half a mile distant, he felt it clearly. The same terrible emptiness, the same void-like hunger that fed upon meaning and joy. "Morven has been here," Gandalf said aloud, his voice grim. "He has opened another seal, released another of these ancient horrors into the world." He urged Shadowfax forward, following the thread of wrongness to its source. They crested a low rise and found themselves looking down upon a barrow larger than most, its entrance a dark opening in the hillside, surrounded by fallen standing stones. The stones bore fresh tool marks, evidence of recent excavation, and the grass around the entrance was trampled and disturbed. But it was not the physical signs that drew Gandalf's attention. It was the spiritual miasma that poured forth from the barrow like smoke from a fire, invisible to normal sight but clear as day to his enhanced perception. He dismounted and approached the entrance cautiously, his staff glowing with soft white light. The passage led down into darkness, and Gandalf could feel the weight of ages pressing upon him as he descended. The barrow had been built in the Second Age, a tomb for some great lord whose name had long since been forgotten. But the seal that Morven had broken was older still, dating back to the time when the Númenóreans first came to these shores. The burial chamber at the heart of the barrow had been thoroughly ransacked. The stone sarcophagus lay open and empty, its treasures long since taken by grave robbers or scattered by the passage of time. But in the center of the chamber, Gandalf found what he had expected and dreaded: another broken seal, its protective wards shattered, its binding undone. And though the creature that had been imprisoned here was no longer physically present, having presumably dispersed to work its evil upon the surrounding lands, Gandalf could still feel the echo of its presence, the lingering taint of its nature. This was worse than he had feared. Morven had not merely opened the seal at Weathertop, he was travelling the length and breadth of Arnor's old territories, systematically breaking open every prison the ancient kings had established, releasing evils that had been contained for thousands of years. But why? What purpose could drive someone to such destructive madness? Was it simple greed for the artifacts that had been sealed away, or was there some darker motive at work? Gandalf searched the chamber thoroughly, looking for any clue that might reveal Morven's intentions. He found little. The scholar had been careful, taking what he wanted and leaving behind only the broken remnants of the seals. But in one corner, half hidden beneath a fallen stone, Gandalf discovered a scrap of parchment. It appeared to be a page torn from a journal, covered in handwriting that matched the description of Morven's script that Barlaman had mentioned. The wizard carried the parchment outside where the light was better and examined it closely. The writing was in Westron, but interspersed with phrases in the Black speech and other dark tongues. It appeared to be notes on the properties of the various sealed creatures, observations on their nature and capabilities, and at the bottom of the page, circled several times for emphasis, were two words that made Gandalf's blood run cold. The Assembly. Gandalf stared at those words, his mind racing through the implications. Morven was not simply releasing these creatures at random. He was gathering them, assembling them for some purpose. But to what end? What could anyone hope to accomplish by unleashing multiple entities of pure emptiness and negation upon the world? Unless, Gandalf thought with growing horror, unless the goal was not to use them but to combine them, to bring them together into something greater and more terrible than any individual creature. He remembered the old lore, tales from the elder days of how the servants of Morgoth had sometimes attempted to merge lesser evils into greater ones, creating abominations that were more than the sum of their parts. If Morven was attempting something similar, if he was trying to combine these void creatures into a single unified entity, the result could be catastrophic. A thing of such power might be able to spread its influence across all of Middle-earth, draining the joy and meaning from countless lives, leaving behind a world of empty husks. The wizard's resolve hardened. He had to find Morven before the scholar could complete whatever dark work he had begun. And he had to do it quickly, before more seals were broken and more creatures were added to this terrible assembly. Mounting Shadowfax once more, Gandalf continued his journey northward toward Fornost, pushing the great horse to even greater speeds despite the weariness that must be settling into its powerful limbs. The landscape grew bleaker as they travelled, the fertile farmlands of the south giving way to rocky hills and sparse vegetation. They passed through regions where no one had lived for centuries, where the works of men had crumbled into shapeless ruins, and the wilderness had reclaimed all. It was a melancholy journey through a land haunted by memories of better days, and Gandalf felt the weight of history pressing down upon him with every mile. They reached Fornost as the sun was setting on the second day of their journey from Bree. The ancient city rose before them, its broken towers and shattered walls stark against the crimson sky. Once this had been the greatest city of Arthedain, home to kings and centre of a realm that stretched from the Grey Havens to the Misty Mountains. Now it was nothing but ruins, inhabited only by ghosts and the wild creatures that made their dens among the fallen stones. Gandalf rode through the remains of the Northern Gate, his eyes scanning the darkening ruins for any sign of recent occupation. The city was vast, covering many acres, and searching it thoroughly would take days. But the wizard did not need to search randomly. He could feel the pull of the void creatures, their presence, like a compass needle drawing him toward the heart of the old city, where the palace had once stood. As he approached the palace ruins, Gandalf saw light ahead, the flicker of torches burning among the broken columns and tumbled walls. He dismounted and proceeded on foot, moving silently through the shadows, his staff dimmed to avoid detection. The voices reached him before he could see their owners, and he recognized Morven's cultured tones immediately. The scholar was speaking to his companions, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. "Tonight we complete the work," he was saying. "Tonight we bring them all together and speak the words of binding. And when it is done, when the assembly is complete, we will have power, such as the world has not seen since the days of Melkor himself. No king, no wizard, no elven lord will be able to stand against us. We will reshape Middle-earth according to our design, and all will bow before the emptiness made manifest." Gandalf's heart sank at these words. Morven was not simply a misguided scholar or a greedy treasure hunter. He was a true servant of darkness, deliberately seeking to unleash chaos and destruction upon the world, and he was closer to achieving his goal than Gandalf had feared. The wizard crept closer, peering around a broken wall to observe the scene beyond. In what had once been the throne room of Arthedain's kings, Morven and his three companions had created a ritual space. A circle had been drawn upon the ancient floor in what appeared to be ash, mixed with something darker, and at 5 points around its circumference sat objects that Gandalf recognized with growing alarm. They were vessels, containers crafted in the style of ancient Númenor, each one presumably holding the essence of one of the void creatures that Morven had released from their prisons. The scholars stood at the cardinal points, their hands raised, and their voices beginning to chant in a tongue that predated the sundering of Beleriand. Gandalf knew he had to act, and act swiftly, before the ritual could be completed. He stepped out from his concealment, his staff blazing suddenly with white fire that lit up the ruined throne room like a second sun. The chanting ceased abruptly as all 4 scholars whirled to face him, their expressions shifting from shock to fear to, in Morven's case, calculating determination. "So," the scholar said, his voice remarkably calm despite the circumstances, "the meddling wizard has found us at last. I wondered when you would appear. The disturbance at Weathertop no doubt drew your attention, yes? Such a pity. If you had delayed your investigation by merely a few hours more, our work would have been complete, and your interference would have been meaningless." "Your work ends here, Morven," Gandalf said, his voice carrying the weight of command and ancient authority. "You have meddled with forces beyond your comprehension, released evils that were sealed away for good reason, and caused untold suffering to innocent people. I offer you one chance to surrender, to help undo what you have wrought. Refuse, and I will stop you by whatever means necessary." Morven laughed, a sound without warmth or genuine mirth. "You offer me the chance to surrender. How generous. But I think not, wizard. You see, I know what you are. Gandalf the Grey, one of the Astari, sent by the Valar to meddle in the affairs of Middle-earth. Powerful, yes, but not all-powerful. Bound by limitations, constrained by the very purpose for which you were sent. You cannot simply destroy me, for I am a man making my own choices, however dark those choices may be. And you cannot stop the ritual, for it has already progressed too far." Even as Morven spoke, Gandalf could see the truth in his words. The vessels were glowing now, pulsing with an inner darkness that seemed to drink in the light from his staff. The void creatures were responding to the ritual, drawing closer to this place, preparing to merge into the unified entity that Morven sought to create. If Gandalf attacked the scholars directly, the ritual might complete itself anyway, the creatures combining without need for further human intervention. But if he could disrupt the vessels, scatter them before the binding could take hold, he might yet prevent the assembly from forming. Gandalf raised his staff high and spoke a word of power, and lightning crackled down from the ceiling of the ruined throne room, striking toward the nearest vessel. But Morven was prepared for such an attack. He raised his hand, and a barrier of dark energy appeared, deflecting the lightning harmlessly into the walls. "Did you think I would come here unprepared to face you, wizard?" Morven said mockingly. "I have studied your kind for years, learned the limits of your power and the nature of your constraints. You are strong, yes, but you are also predictable. And I, the scholar gestured to the glowing vessels, have the power of the void itself at my command." The other 3 scholars had resumed their chanting now, their voices rising in a discordant harmony that set Gandalf's teeth on edge. He could feel the ritual building toward its climax, could sense the void creatures drawing ever closer to this place, and to each other. He had perhaps minutes before the assembly formed, before all of Morven's terrible work came to fruition. Gandalf began to move, circling the ritual space while maintaining a constant assault of light and power against Morven's defenses. He spoke words in Quenya, the high tongue of the elves, invoking the light of Erendil and the power of the Valar themselves. The darkness pushed back against him, seeking to smother his light, but Gandalf had faced such forces before and knew how to resist them. Then, from the corner of his eye, he saw one of the other scholars falter. It was the young man with the scar, the one who had argued against taking the creatures in the first place. His voice cracked mid-chant, and his hands trembled as he held them in position. For just a moment, doubt flickered across his face, a recognition of the enormity of what they were attempting and the terrible consequences should they succeed. Gandalf seized upon that moment of weakness. He turned his attention fully upon the young man, speaking directly to him in a voice that cut through the chanting like a blade. "You know this is wrong," he said. "I can see it in your eyes. You argued against this path from the beginning, and you were right to do so. It is not too late to turn back, not too late to choose a different course. Help me stop this madness before it consumes you all." The young man's resolve shattered under Gandalf's words and the weight of his own conscience. He broke from the circle, stumbling backward with his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. Immediately the ritual faltered, the balance of forces disrupted by his withdrawal. The vessels flickered, their dark glow wavering uncertainly. Morven screamed in rage and betrayal. "Fool!" he shouted at his former companion. "Coward! We were so close." The young man did not respond, only continued to back away, shaking his head in horror at what he had nearly helped accomplish. With the ritual disrupted, Gandalf pressed his advantage. He struck at the nearest vessel with his staff, shattering it with a sound like breaking glass. Darkness poured out, but instead of forming into a coherent entity, it dissipated into mist and shadow, losing cohesion without the binding force of the ritual to contain it. Gandalf moved swiftly to the next vessel and the next, destroying them one by one while Morven raged, and the remaining two scholars attempted desperately to salvage what remained of their work. But it was too late. Without the full complement of vessels and chanters, the ritual could not be completed. The void creatures that Morven had hoped to merge into a single terrible entity remained separate, scattered across the Northlands, still dangerous but no longer unified into an apocalyptic threat. As the last vessel shattered, Morven collapsed to his knees, his face twisted with fury and despair. "Years of work," he whispered. "Years of study and preparation and sacrifice, all undone in mere moments by a meddling wizard and a traitor's weakness." Gandalf stood over him, his expression stern but not without pity. "You sought power without wisdom, knowledge without understanding. The ancient kings who sealed these creatures away did so not out of ignorance, but out of deep wisdom. Some things are not meant to be controlled, Morven. Some forces are too dangerous to wield, no matter how carefully one plans or how thoroughly one prepares." The wizard gestured, and bonds of light wrapped around Morven and the two remaining scholars, holding them fast. The young man who had broken from the ritual Gandalf left unbound, judging that his remorse was genuine and that he posed no further threat. "Now," Gandalf said, "you will help me undo what you have done. You will tell me the location of every seal you have broken, every creature you have released, and you will assist in crafting new prisons for them, stronger than the old ones, binding them in ways that cannot be easily undone by future fools." Morven's only response was bitter laughter, but the young scarred man stepped forward. "I will help you, wizard," he said quietly. "I will tell you everything I know and do whatever is needed to set things right. My name is Caldor, and I have much to atone for." Over the days that followed, Gandalf worked tirelessly with Caldor to map out the extent of Morven's depredations. They had broken 7 seals in total, releasing 7 of the void creatures across the Northlands. With Caldor's knowledge of where the seals had been and what rituals Morven had used, Gandalf began the painstaking work of crafting new containments. He sent word to Elrond and to the Rangers, coordinating a massive effort to locate and re-imprison each of the creatures before their influence could spread too far. It was slow, difficult work, requiring all of Gandalf's skill and knowledge. He journeyed to each site in turn, sometimes alone and sometimes with aid from elves or rangers, and performed the rituals necessary to bind the creatures once more. At each location, he found evidence of the harm they had caused. Communities touched by the same emptiness that had afflicted Weathertop Village, lives drained of meaning and joy, people reduced to hollow shells. But in each case, they arrived in time to prevent the worst, to contain the evil before it could spread beyond recovery. The work took months, stretching through autumn and into the depths of winter, and through it all, Gandalf thought often of Branwen, the old shepherd who continued to bear his burden in Weathertop Village, keeping the creature there contained through his willing sacrifice. The wizard had visited the village twice during his long campaign, and each time he had been grieved to see how much more the emptiness had claimed from the brave old man. Branwen no longer recognized anyone, no longer responded to any stimulus. He simply existed, a vessel sustaining itself on the barest functions of life, while the creature fed endlessly upon what remained of his spirit. It was on the eve of winter's deepest night that Gandalf finally completed his work. The last of the void creatures had been sealed, bound in a prison stronger than the ones Morven had broken. The scholar himself, along with his 2 remaining companions, had been handed over to the Rangers for judgment. Only Caldor had been permitted to go free, his genuine remorse and invaluable assistance earning him clemency, though he would carry the weight of his crimes for the rest of his days. Gandalf returned to Weathertop Village in the grey light of dawn, weary beyond measure, but determined to see through what remained to be done. The village had endured, its people sustained by Branwen's sacrifice, But Gandalf knew that the old shepherd could not continue much longer. The time had come to attempt what he had been planning since that first terrible day in the chamber beneath the hill. With the knowledge gained from resealing the other creatures, and with the assistance of Elrond, who had travelled from Rivendell for this purpose, Gandalf prepared a new and stronger seal for the void creature of Weathertop. But this seal would not require a human vessel to sustain it. Instead, it would be anchored in the stone itself, woven into the very fabric of the hill, drawing its power from the earth rather than from any living being. The ritual took 3 days and nights, with Gandalf and Elrond working in concert, their combined wisdom and power enough to accomplish what neither could have achieved alone. And when at last it was complete, when the creature was bound securely in a prison that would endure for ages yet to come, Gandalf went to Branwen and gently released him from his burden. The old shepherd's eyes cleared for just a moment, awareness returning like a candle briefly rekindled. He looked at Gandalf and smiled, a true smile filled with peace and understanding. Then, having given all he had to give, Branwen closed his eyes and slipped away, his spirit finally released from its long torment. The village mourned him deeply, understanding at last the full measure of what he had sacrificed for their sake. They buried him on the hillside where he had tended his sheep, beneath the open sky he had loved, and placed a stone above his grave that bore a simple inscription: "Here lies Branwen the shepherd, who gave all to save his flock." And Gandalf stood at that graveside long after the others had departed, his head bowed and his heart heavy with sorrow and respect. Such were the forgotten tales of his long sojourn in Middle-earth, the quiet acts of heroism that would never be recorded in grand histories, the sacrifices made by simple folk whose names would fade from memory, even as their deeds ensured that others might live and love and find meaning in the world. And the wizard knew that as long as there were those like Branwen, those willing to give everything for the sake of others, there would always be hope, even in the darkest of times.